Well, let's go ahead and get started. We're right on top of the hour here. We do have a heavy agenda this evening. I would like to go ahead and call the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee to order. And I would like to welcome David Haley from the BPU joining us remotely, as I believe Commissioner Townsend is too. So before we get started, though, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is a current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal building. I will now call the meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee to order and would ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Haley? Davis?
Here.
Townsend?
Here.
Stites?
Here.
McKiernan?
Here.
Burrows?
Here. Thank you, committee. There were no revisions to tonight's agenda, so our first order of business is approval of minutes from our June 28th, 2021 meeting. And that, if I may, I would like to ask legal the purpose of the meetings being a year late to this committee.
Ask the clerk to clarify that.
Commissioner, we did an audit of meetings from last year and found that these minutes had never been approved.
Thank you. I wanted to ensure that the public understood that we were running minutes that were a year old. So I would entertain a motion for approval.
Question.
Yes. Question, Commissioner Stites?
So myself, and I won't speak for Commissioner Davis, but we weren't here as commissioners during that period. So do we need to abstain from voting?
No, you can't. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a quorum. So you can vote on this.
Okay.
Yep. And it's fully understood should you choose not to vote, but if you don't vote, it'll have to come back before us again. And it's going to be the same situation as we were experiencing this evening. Yes.
Davis moved to approve.
Stites second.
We have a motion and a second. I would ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Haley? Davis?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Stites?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye. Thank you, committee, especially to our two newest members on the committee. Appreciate that very much. We're moving on to item number 1 this evening. It's our first action item, and I believe we have 3 action items this evening and 4 for information only. First one is a resolution to set a public hearing date for 505 Central. And it's a resolution creating a development district at 505 Central Avenue. This item is requested to be fast-tracked to July 14th, 2022 full commission meeting. And at this time, I will recognize Catherine Carter, Director of Economic Development, for the resolution. Ms. Carter?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Catherine Carter, Director of Economic Development. I would actually request that maybe we look at the first 2 items kind of in tandem, and maybe I'll give a presentation overall, and then we can kind of go through since they are related. We have a clicker. I never know where we're supposed to sit anymore. Oh, I didn't. Well, then what's this? Okay. Thank you. All right. So this is too close. This is a project that has, I think everyone is very well aware of this project. This is a apartment complex at 505 Central. That's just right at the southeast corner of 6th and Central. This is a project that has already gone through a lot of the planning, and they had to get their rezone and a master plan amendment. So it is no stranger to kind of the public forums. This now is kind of a separate yet related track that the project will go down, which is the incentive project. They are requesting a TIF district be created for this location. So I'm going to kind of let the developer give an overview, and then I'll get into the actual specifics of the deal points. And then we would go through and do the two items, if that works for everyone. Okay.
Good evening. Mark Moberly, Sunflower, I'll get it right. Sunflower Development Group, 1125 Grand Boulevard, Suite 202, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here representing the development team that's made up of my firm, as well as Skyline Property Development, who is Steve Simpson and Tom Propstall, owners of the property, who you've met before. I do have Pete Heaven here, a partner with Spencer Fane Law Firm, in case we have any questions regarding the development agreement or any legal questions. I believe all four of you gentlemen were in attendance at the commissioners meeting, so you've seen these slides. I will go through them pretty quickly, but do stop me if you've got questions. Happy to answer. You know the site directly across from Chicago's, at the corner of 6th and Central as you enter into KCK. Here's an overview of the project site. To get your bearings, we've shown 3 images to the right of the site of the project, and then we've labeled Chicago's slaps and split log on the map as well with 1, 2, 3 to familiarize those who are not. Project facts, they have not changed since we presented to the Board of Commissioners. It remains a $40 million project. Whatever savings we might have found over the last month in construction costs have been offset by an increase in interest rates, unfortunately. So where I win one time, I lose the other. And it just seems to be the state of what we're in today. It's 129 market rate rental apartments. You'll recall at one point we were as high as 150 some. We were down to 140, and then ultimately we're at 129 when we requested the change in zoning and the master plan amendment, which allowed us to do a number of things, chief of which was to not request a parking variance. This entire project is parked on site with 120 parking garage spaces and 16 spaces in the surface lot. So no parking variance needed. No residents or business are displaced outside of our property. The existing sight lines are maintained. I'm not going to go through those sightline studies as you've seen them, but we do believe our existing sight lines are maintained. We've got major investment in surrounding utilities, particularly aging sewer lines. You've seen the third-party traffic study that says very little impact on daily traffic. We believe this will spur improvements for pedestrian and vehicle access. That's what we're going to talk about a little bit tonight. We think it fills a void in this area for market rate multifamily housing. And just the increased number of residents, we believe, drives increased economic activity to the local businesses, particularly the small businesses that I mentioned and those in the surrounding area. A look at the project footprint. You'll see that we're able to access the first level of the parking garage from the east at the lower level. And then we've got 2 points of access into the second level of the garage. And then it goes up with 6 stories above that. I don't have anything beyond this for the individual floor plates that show the unit layouts. We've pulled those out for today. I'm happy to talk about those if you do have questions, though. This is a preliminary rendering. When we spoke with the Board of Commissioners and got the approval a couple months ago, we did talk about what the aesthetics of the building will look like. Anything from the type and the color of materials being used to what the building, is it a box? Is it a flat roof? We are in the middle of those discussions with neighborhood stakeholders. The Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association are leading the efforts to provide us with feedback. There's a couple of folks who are very engaged in that. Very soon we'll be meeting with them to talk through what ultimately we will present in our final development plan. But this is the same rendering as you've seen for the past few months. Same as well from this angle. I'll briefly go through these just as a reminder of the concerns that we've heard from the community and how we've responded to those. The parking has been one of the biggest discussion items where we have reduced unit count to be able to park the project on site. And then we've also agreed that rent for each apartment will include 1 parking space. Traffic and safety issues, we're going to talk a lot about that tonight because we're going to be hopefully a catalyst for not only small change, but larger change. And you'll see at the bottom of this slide, it has been updated, but our contribution is now no less than $350,000. When I was in front of you 2 months ago, it was $250,000. And so we have increased that to $350,000. And that is what is currently in the draft development agreement. Sightlines we talked about at the commission meeting, and the rendering showed that there's limited impact on the sightlines and the view corridors. Insufficient infrastructure, we believe we're addressing just by having that scope and cost in our budget to increase that infrastructure. We've heard concerns that the building is too big. We've tried to educate with renderings that it's at the base of the hill, not at the top, that the lowest 2 levels are in the grade, not above grade, and that once ultimately built, the building height will be no higher than the house immediately south of the project. But I'll also remind that in further response to this concern, we've reduced the unit count and set back the building at the top floor on the west side for better views or maintaining the sight lines up 6th Street even further. The exterior facade does not fit the neighborhood. We understand the concerns, and so we're working with the neighbors now to get that feedback on what the building might ultimately look like, what the materials would include, and what colors they might look like. The lack of affordable housing, we understand that concern. This is a market rate project, but in response to those concerns, we have done a few things, not for necessarily affordability, but attainability in the project. And then we've committed to language in the development agreement that supports creating a mixed income community. I'm going to turn it back over to Catherine to talk about the specifics of what we're here tonight.
Thank you. So in terms of what is in front of you tonight, there are two resolutions. One is an approval of the development agreement. Reminder, development agreement really is just a laying out of all the deal points, what the unified government is going to do, what the developer is going to do, making sure that all those roles and responsibilities and expectations are laid out on the front end. It also goes into kind of what we anticipate the different asks in terms of incentives to be, in this case, TIF and IRB sales tax exemption. Then we will have to go through a process of creating a TIF district. And then if that is approved, then we'll come back again and go through the process of the actual project plan. And the project plan is really what would provide this project that Mr. Moberly just described to you with the kind of go from our side that they would receive that incentive. So this is the first of still a many step process. So want to be clear on that. I've got a list later that kind of delineates exactly what the next steps would be. And then additionally, there is a resolution setting a public hearing date. Part of the Kansas state statute for TIF requires that the setting of the public hearing date also go through and be approved by this committee and the full commission. So with that one, I'd say in terms of, and we'll get to it, but in terms of what you need to know today, it's setting a public hearing date for August 25th. Actually, at that public hearing on the 25th would be, when you would look at the boundary and kind of determine if it makes sense to put a TIF district in this location. No actual incentive is approved at that point. It is literally putting a boundary and saying that this meets the requirements and would make sense to have a district for a tax increment financing boundary. So those are kind of the two things that we're talking about as we go through these deal points. But I'm going to really primarily focus, since one is solely talking about setting a date, I will focus more on the development agreement and kind of what those deal points are. So in terms of the tax increment financing request, as a primer to our public in particular, what tax increment financing is. It's a little different from kind of the, I think, more commonly used tax abatement tools. in that the developer, in this case, Mr. Moberly's group, that project would be built and would be assessed by the appraiser. Then the development group would pay the full property taxes to the unified government. Then at the percentage that we're talking about, in this case, 90% of that incremental property tax. So we're not touching what is currently being paid on the property today. This is only what is that incremental additional property tax that is generated due to what they are building. Then a certain percentage of that really gets reimbursed or kind of reverted back to the project. And I really think of it as the unified government investing in this project. So there are very specific eligible expenses for a TIF. It cannot go to just everything and anything. It is very specific what it can go towards and what that money can be used to reimburse. So that's kind of at a high level how the TIF works. In this case, they are requesting a 90% TIF. So that would be, again, 90% of that incremental value would go back into the project. In this case, the items that it can be used for are site work. So grading, there's a pretty severe change in grade. So there's a number of things that they'll have to do with the site work, and as well as structured parking. So structured parking is allowable as an eligible expense. This is a pay-as-you-go TIF. So what that means is that the unified government is not issuing any bonds. We're not backing any bonds. We're not fronting any money of any kind. This is solely every single year they pay their property taxes. We then kind of basically a rebate, kind of send it back to them for these specific expenses. So nothing, the unified government is not at risk in that respect. So it's not that we will, if something happens to the project, certainly which we do not anticipate, but we are not out those funds. Additionally, we always make sure that there is a cap. In this case, we have negotiated a $6 million cap. If you look at the development agreement, I did not put this in the presentation, but it's on publicly available on the website, and I think also in front of you, the development agreement. I think Exhibit G shows the project budget, and you can see that the TIF eligible expenses far exceed the $6 million. I think it's about 6.9 or so. So we don't anticipate, we're not giving them everything that we could. This is still, making sure that we have a cap to really, what we do is make sure that we get to a point where we know that the project can work, really focus on making, filling that gap and nothing more. And then additionally, we make a really clear focus to look at what that private public ratio is. Per the state, there is a 50-50 kind of ratio that is kind of the goal. Here at the unified government, we put this in every single one of our, whether it's a industrial revenue bond or a TIF or any other CID, we always make sure that there is a very specific ratio that we put in there, because we want to make sure that the unified government is only putting in as much money into the entire project as we feel makes sense. So generally our kind of policy goal is less than a third. So of the entire project budget, the unified government never wants to have more than a third of that budget be public money. In this case, you can see that the public-private ratio is only at 15.4%. So that $6 million equates to only about 15% of the total project budget, which is pretty good. We feel good about that. So that's kind of the TIF. Then there is a sales tax exemption on construction materials. This is one we've seen frequently. This does not touch the property taxes in any way. It is a very focused incentive just during the construction period, just to allow that sales tax exemption. There we go. Then, as Mr. Mobley mentioned, there is this community benefit. We call it the neighborhood improvements contribution. This is something that we've been talking about throughout the entire process, and we've been negotiating this agreement. And really, we're trying to find something that was very focused. I think it's important when we're talking about a community benefit that it not just be, free money is always great. Just having, money put into an account that we can spend for different things. But I think it's more impactful and better for the community if it's upfront, very clear where that money is going. So we've been having a lot of discussions about that, as well as kind of how much money would make sense. What we have agreed to is a contribution upfront. So this is at the start, right when they commence the project, of $350,000 would come to the unified government. We have agreed that these funds would be used to make improvements to the intersection at 6th and Central. I think it is fair to say anyone who has driven through that intersection lately recognizes that it needs some improvement. We have had a number of going through the planning process, the development team, they were required to have a traffic study done. That traffic study showed that there was, they would provide minimal kind of impact to that intersection, because people, when you are at a apartment, you're going at different times. It's not everyone coming in at the same time and leaving at the same time. Because of that, it's interesting. We actually had, because we know that intersection is not great, we actually had another firm that we hired to look at it, from our perspective, from the UG's perspective. They also agreed that there would be minimal impact from the apartment complex. However, because this is such an issue and something that we see when talking to the community, both Russian Hill, Strawberry Hill, up and down Central Avenue, that this intersection is a problem. In speaking with the development team, that really made sense to be something that we could really focus on, and this fund could show and actually have a very tangible impact on the community. So really focusing on that traffic calming, and in working with our county engineer, that's how we got to what that cost would be. So we wanted it to be enough that, again, there could be a real tangible impact. Now, we are also working on the UG side in doing some larger improvements to that area, indeed all up and down 6th Street. And so, at the very least, we have this $350,000 to make some improvements. At the most, we have this contribution that when we are applying for other grants and things, we can say, hey, here's a private company who is developing, believes in this location, and is so passionate about this location that they're even putting up their funds for this location as well, so as kind of a match. So hopefully we'll get some larger grant money out of this, and that will make for even larger improvements. Then, as with all of our projects, we have Lmw goals. You can see those laid out right there. Those are our normal goals for all our projects. One thing that was a little different with this one, unlike with the industrial revenue bond where we're required to do a cost benefit analysis, with the TIF, we're not required, but there has been so much discussion about this. The mayor and others suggested, it'd be really nice if we could actually quantify what the benefit would be. So we contracted with a third-party group, Municipal Consulting LLC, to do a cost benefit analysis. So they looked at all of the costs going in and determined then what would that look like for what would those benefits and costs be for the unified government. So this is specifically looking at the unified government, not all taxing entities. So I want to be clear on that. If you look up in that top right corner, you can see the ratio of actual benefits to actual costs. Our rule of thumb is 1.3. We'd like to see at a minimum a 1.3 ratio. So that means for every dollar of cost from the unified government, we get at least $1.30 back. In this case, it's 1.87. That's really good. So that means that we're getting $1.87 back for every dollar that we are investing into this project. So then you can see at the this graph there that shows kind of the total cost. So that's year over year, not year over year. That's every year. What those total costs and benefits are. That first kind of spike right at the beginning, that's including the $350,000 as a benefit there that first year. And then you can see how it just grows. So every year we're receiving quite substantially more than we are giving away. Those total benefits include new property tax increment. So we would be getting the 10% still, which would be about $25,000 on average a year. Franchise fees, which is our, the UG pilot, that community benefit payment, the sales tax from new residents. This is a really big one because that is one of the reasons that we are frequently talking about our need for additional density in the downtown area, among other locations in KCK and Wyandotte County. With more density and more people, now we have the ability to really benefit the retail and commercial in the area, have more people working here, living here, spending their money here. That's all benefit and actually leads to additional amenities for our residents. And then there is a 1% UG admin fee. So just in terms of the cost benefit analysis, I think this is a really positive look at kind of what that return on our investment would be. So happy to answer any questions about that. And then finally, just as I mentioned, this project's already gone through a number of steps with the planning side. Now this kind of lays out all the different steps for the incentive side. So it's quite a number of things to come. As you can see, we're just there at that first one, which is the development agreement and the public hearing date, just that ED&F. So we are requesting that the public hearing date would be fast-tracked for July 14th. There needs to be a 30-day window there by state statute, so that we can set the public hearing for August 25th for the full commission. We need to see that on the 14th of July. So then at the August 25th date, that would be both the approval of the development agreement and a public hearing that would then be you all looking at the establishment of the district. So with that, we can answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Mr. Moberly. Committee, questions?
Yep.
Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. On the LMW, local minority and women-owned businesses, and the percentages are set out there. What is in place if they don't meet those percentages?
Okay, I can answer that, Commissioner. We are able to reduce their TIF cap by 20% in the scenario where they would not reach those goals.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Catherine. You're very, very thorough, so I appreciate that. For this one, I just want to make sure I have this correctly. There are no pilot payments for this particular project because we're talking about a TIF district, not just property abatements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Moberly, I know when, it feels like ages ago at this point, when we had a discussion for full commission about, giving you all the change of zoning that you were asking for, there was a request for the building to be shorter, for it to be 4 or 5 stories. I know that we're still getting 8. Can you just comment on the feasibility of that? Did you all at least do your due diligence and trying to see if that was possible?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I should have addressed that. We did go through that process. We were able to spend some time with both Commissioner McKiernan and Commissioner Burrows to talk through the steps we took to understand what that might look like. And ultimately what it came down to is we still need to park a project on site. And so we have to build at least 1 story of parking. That's a certain number of parking spaces. Now I only have a certain number of units I can build. To get up to the maximum that R5 would allow, we would need a second level of parking. By the time I build 2 levels of parking, I've got tons of expensive parking, but without the ability to continue to build additional stories. So we talked a little bit through that. More units allow me to spread the fixed costs across more units. That's the cost to just go into the side of the hill, to own the property, to design the project. Those aren't necessarily on a dollar for dollar, unit by unit case. And then one of the other biggest challenges was we're not able to put some of the amenities in that smaller project that we have programmed in the current property. And so a reduction in rent would be necessary, which quite frankly just killed any financial model. I did come up with a number. There is a financial gap beyond what we're seeking today. It was in the neighborhood of 6 to 7 million of additional gap that would be needed. I made the comment to Commissioner McKiernan, if that money is sitting around, I don't think you want to just write the check into this project. We can go do a lot of other good projects across the community with that. And so quite frankly, we just couldn't find a financial model that made sense at this particular site.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. And then I have 2 more questions. One, so I know it's 90% TIF. There's that 10%. Is that 10% going into the general fund, or is that also going somewhere else?
Yeah, that 10% would just go directly into the general fund.
Okay. And the 1% UG admin fee, is that 1% of the total capital investment, or what is that 1% of? So
that would be 1% of what the redirection would be. So it would be 1% of the 90%.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Of what they would have paid if, okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Good questions. Is there Commissioner McKiernan?
Thank you. Catherine, the nearest and closest project to this in terms of geography would probably be Yards 2. And although it is a larger project, if we looked at the incentive given for Yards 2, how does it compare in terms of percent of total project costs and total incentive dollars?
So the Yards 2 project is about a $60 million project. They are receiving, have been approved for 100% TIF. So that means all of the, all of that incremental property tax would be completely redirected back into that project. So while the unified government will be receiving, the additional sales tax and all that from having additional residents, in terms of property tax, all of that would go back into the project. I should have looked at the exact number of what that cap is. I believe the cap is about 11 million.
Thank you. One of the points I want to make is that I voted to approve that 100% incentive because I do believe that that project has the capacity to spur additional development in that geography, which is the east side of the Kansas River. It strikes me that this project could have a similar ability to spur additional development in this geography. And so I wanted to get a sense of how the comparable incentives are, and that on the east side of the Kansas River got more incentive than is proposed for this one. I also know that down on the riverfront, we have the Rock Island Bridge, And that one also has a 100% abatement for 20 years. And that we went the additional step of actually loaning $2 million, which that TIF will then just allow us to recover what we loaned out. Again, I voted in favor of that because I believed that it had the capacity to spur additional development above and beyond, which would then pay a higher percentage and would ultimately benefit us more. So on the east side of the Kansas River, I voted twice for projects that are getting more incentive than is proposed for this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions? Staff, I do not have access to the screen to see if any of our conferees from the committee are raising their hands.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Seeing no other question, Catherine, I do have a couple of questions. I'm looking at the development agreement and legal. I'm going to call your attention to page 3, paragraph B. This must be an earlier version of the contract because it still has the 148 total units listed. And I just want to, I think there's a typo in there, but I just wanted to ensure that it's 129 units and not 148 is clearly stated. And having reviewed this afternoon in great length, this is a much better contract than as Commissioner McKiernan brought forward and some of the other incentives that have come forward for projects. So I do appreciate the work that's gone into this. Do we have a total amount of revenue calculated, the aggregate amount of what the IRBs might save them? How much money that aggregate amount of the sales tax on goods, labor purchased? Do we have a total on that, Mr. Moberly?
We have an estimate. Let's see if I broke it out. Looks like it's about $860,000 in savings.
Thank you.
And that's a really rough estimate.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I estimated it anywhere between 650 and $1 million. So you hit the sweet spot. That's pretty good.
And I just take a simple formula. 40% of our budget's going to be materials, and then apply a 6% sales tax rate to that number to get a ballpark.
Yeah, wonderful. And this is a 2-year build out. That's a pretty aggressive time frame for the complicated build that it is. So thank you for wanting to get on it and move it forward. Should we advance this evening? Legal, Patrick, the only thing I have is one more question in reference to page 5 of the agreement. We have base year assessed valuation, and there's no total in there. That assessed valuation should be acknowledged. We should have knowledge of that by now.
Yes, it is $8,800. There's roughly.
I'm sorry, Catherine. I think
It's about $8,800. I have the
$8,800.
exact
okay.
number somewhere.
I just wanted to make sure that we had a public comment as to what the amount of that base
And
tax
we'll
might
be, I think, first, thank you for your attention to detail. Patrick and I just discussed the fact that we needed to make sure that we had an updated version. But I think the difference between that 148 and now the 129 units is actually an important thing to note. You're correct. It is 129 is what we're talking about. And when this comes in front of the full commission, we will by sure make that edit. But I think it is important to note that the reason that number changed is due to the community input and having the development team hearing what the community was looking for, as well as the parking issue. And so that is why that reduction in units is here.
Thank you, Catherine. And thank you, Mr. Moberly, for your meeting with the community as much as you have. I'm sure the other committee members have read through the contract too. I know this is an important issue to many of us. The $350,000 will go a long way towards addressing some of the concerns that have been raised. 2-year timeframe, tough build. So I commend you on your expedient expediency in getting the project to move forward. I am notified that Commissioner Townsend has her hand raised. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1, just a couple of comments. Thank you, Ms. Carter, for your thorough primer on the different aspects of the contract. That was helpful for me, and taking copious notes as a primer from some others that come up. I wanted to commend the developer and the neighborhood group who have come together to move this along. I remember the Thursday night when this came before the full commission, I think, and it seemed like on both sides, it was going to be rough. But to hear the reduction of the units when probably on that Thursday night that didn't seem possible or financially beneficial, and the other changes that have been made, I just wanted to comment and commend both sides on this, and hope this does go forward. And in 2 years, you're looking at this new building completion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Quite welcome, Commissioner. I just want to draw to the committee's attention that Exhibit G contains all the total budget for the project. And if you have any questions of what's can be included in the TIF and what can't, I think that spells it out straightforward right there on Exhibit G. And Catherine, thank you for including that in the paperwork this evening. I believe that if there's no other questions, comments from the committee, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll now recognize members of the public online who wish to address the committee. You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Please list your name and address, and I'll ask the clerk at this time, and when you're recognized, please name and address. And I'll ask the clerk at this time if there's any hands raised, people who care to speak.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Or is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? You will be given the same 3 minutes and make your comments. Please, if you'll approach the podium one at a time, again, your name and address, and you'll be held to your 3 minutes.
Make sure that's turned on, please.
My name's Lester Lawson, level 201, South Tremont. I have one question. Why wasn't this developer agreement put on the internet when you placed the agenda of this meeting so that the public would have a chance to read it over and ask good questions about it tonight? This is the first the public has seen it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Hi, my name is Rose Iles. I live at 506 North 4th Street. And I've been involved with a group of people who live on Russian Hill and who are against this project. And I'm speaking for myself, but I'm reflecting a lot of what they've said to me in the past and what we've talked about recently. I do know that, the contribution for the community has gone up from 250,000 to 350,000, but that still doesn't seem like enough when you consider that the intersection at 6th and Central, I've been told by the planning department, the changes to that intersection will probably cost $1 million. So I'd like to know where the additional money for that upgrade would come from. Be great if we knew that. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Lawson said. I've been reaching out to the Economic Development Department through email asking to be kept abreast of what was going on with these negotiations and couldn't get any traction. So I'm very, very much against any kind of fast track of this project because we do have a consultant that we're working with on this and an attorney, and I'd like to get that information to them so we can get some feedback and ask some educated questions and make some educated comments. Let's see. And I did want to repudiate a couple of things that Mr. Moberly said. There were very few, very short and non-interactive meetings with the Russian Hill neighborhoods. They would do presentations.
1 minute remaining.
Do presentations via Zoom in English. There was the only way you could ask questions was in the chat. There was no way to talk back and forth, and we were cut off after 30 minutes. And they made absolutely no effort to reach out to the Spanish-speaking community, which is a fair percentage of the folks that live up there. So we went door to door with a translator and explained to them what was going on. They're all against it. They understand that it's going to ruin the fabric of the neighborhood and put a lot of stress on their neighborhood. Also, I did read the traffic study, and my understanding of it, even though I'm not a traffic engineer, was that it's not minimal impact, it's big impact on
Your
that-
time has expired.
on that intersection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. We did have one other conferee. Welcome to the committee.
Pat Lawson, 207 South Tremont. We did live at 201. My presentation is scattered because we haven't received anything to make our questions intelligent. So this is sort of scattered questions, but I do want to repeat our opposition. I'm speaking of the St. Joseph Watchdogs, who really is the neighborhood group in that area, not the Strawberry Hill group. And we haven't really had good communication, I don't think, on this issue. A letter or two, one with just numbers and so on. So it was hard to understand what was going on until recently. I also think the traffic is going to be a major problem. But the main thing that we remain opposed to is the change in the Central Avenue plan, which neighbors participated in, and that reflects what the people wanted: lower key, lower scale buildings. And I for one think that this huge building is going to loom way out of proportion. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welcome.
My name is Greg Kendall, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of KCK, Commissioner Burrows, and members of the Standing Committee. I'm here in support of the development for 505 Central and the use of TIF and a sales tax IRB for the development. We believe the structure protects the unified government and the citizens. We also believe the proposed multifamily development is appropriate and needed in this commercial corridor. It adds residential support for the existing businesses nearby, particularly in the evenings and the weekends. And it brings investment to the eastern part of the community that's been discussed as being desired for a long time. The proposed development provides quality housing and amenities that do not exist presently in this area. There is market demand. The project has adequate parking for the development, seeks to enhance the entrance to the community, and they've been open to input to make this work for both the community and to work financially. Sunflower Development has worked in the community before. I know them to be thoughtful and respectful of our heritage and diversity, and I ask you to approve this development agreement to the full commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Any other conferees? Seeing none, I will once again go back to staff. Are there anybody present online?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay. Well, committee, we've had this before us now a couple of times. I'm going to ask one question of legal. I know we have item 2 as the resolution. These will be 2 separate issues, even though they are combined into the overall presentation. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, 2 separate votes.
Okay, thank you. With that committee, there's no more questions or comments. I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you. Before I make the motion, I want to, well, I'll just tell you, I do believe that this project is worthy of moving forward to a full public hearing regarding the TIF district boundaries and a full consideration by the full commission of a potential development agreement. Mr. Moberly tonight has already said that there are a couple of things that they are still working on, especially in terms of the aesthetics of the project. I'd like those to be cleared up before we come to consider the development agreement. Mr. Lawson said that the development agreement, and I will agree, did not go online with enough time for us to fully consider it. But if we were to move this forward to full commission, that would not occur. And to Ms. Iltz, I'll say fast tracking is only fast tracking the decision to set the date for the public hearing for August 25th. So we fast tracked to the 14th for the purpose of then just setting the date to August 25th. And then we all have about 5 weeks that we can look through the materials that were posted online, and we can ask some additional questions in advance of the public hearing and the development agreement. And then we as a community can come together one more time. I mean, I know we all enjoy each other's company and we like to get together and talk about this project, but we can all come together one more time and consider an updated proposal from Mr. Moberly. We can ask Public Works to comment on the impact of the traffic study or impact of that, because Ms. Iltz has brought up the concern that she isn't sure that there will be minimal impact by this. And so we can ask for additional clarification of that. We can ask the question of Public Works about the fact that $350,000 may not be sufficient for the entirety of an intersection upgrade. And so where will the additional money come from? If it will require more, what's going to be our capacity to take on that additional dollar amount? And so we can ask that on the 25th as well. So with all of that said, and I have many more concerns, I have a whole list of concerns that I have heard, and I have just my perspective on those concerns. I would choose to share that on August 25th rather than in this committee. I would ask that the entire commission consider this TIF district boundary and this potential development agreement rather than just this. So I would make a motion that we move the public hearing forward, that we approve setting the public hearing date for August 25th, and that we further approve fast tracking that decision to the July 14th full commission meeting.
Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. And I don't want this to change anything in the motion, but what I would like to say is before this is brought back before us, I'm not sure what efforts have been made or have not been made to reach out to the Spanish-speaking residents of that area. But I would sure like to be able to hear that before this comes back to us, that there was some sort of an effort made and positive results out of that. Not just, well, we tried and we didn't speak to anybody, that we actually engaged, that you all actually engaged and had meaningful conversation. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, but before I wanted to second that so that we can get going here. But I echo what my colleagues are saying here. Would like to see some effort there. I do think we've put together, and staff has really put together a really, really good project and pretty good financing. And I do think that there are still other questions that we probably need to consider. Maybe we look at some other revenue sources within the particular, the 10% that's being generated from the project that's not TIF related, the 1% of the UG admin fee. Maybe we add that together for the traffic calming so that we can get more funding in there. But I do think that we are somewhere very, very close to having a fantastic project. And so I stand by my second. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second.
Commissioner, Mr. Haley has his hand raised.
Mr. Haley.
Chair, I just wanted to, I appreciate the presentation that has come forth and what seems to have been a very well vetted discussion that has ensued. I am very appreciative too of the concerns that have been expressed by the neighborhood groups, certainly St. Joseph and the surrounding areas. On balance, if this were the only opportunity to weigh in by those who continue to have lingering concerns, I would not support the motion. But I do, per some of what Mr. Kendall and others have said, the mesh for the growth of the area for residential that augments much of the commercial development in this area is going to have to come at some point in time. I appreciate the limited role or the enhancement that the BPU will play to offset some of the existing expenses and how we will share those costs across the board. And per the recommendations that have been made, and Ms. Carter has put forward, and those that have with the developer, I will support it, mindful that there will be another opportunity to be heard when this goes, if this motion should pass and it goes before the full commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haley. Seeing no other comments, we do have a motion and a second. I'd ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 6-0.
Thank you, committee. This takes us to item number 2, which is the resolution, is the development agreement for the IRBs, if I remember correctly. So at this time, Ms. Carter, do you have any comments, any additional comments?
The only thing I'd say is this is the development agreement that is kind of inclusive of the entirety of the project.
Great, thank you. And if I may, in reference to the comment that was made about the development agreement, as I stated, I went through the development agreement. I don't know if it was a typo or just an exclusion, if this is an older agreement, but I'm sure the newer updated one will be the one that will be posted.
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Commissioner. As I said before, given the potential for benefit of this project, but given some of the concerns and questions, even those that have been brought forward to us tonight, I think it's appropriate that we come together as a larger group, as a full commission, to consider the development agreement and any additions that may or revisions that may be made between now and August 25th. So I would move that we approve consideration of the development agreement on August 25th. Basically, my motion is that we fast track to July 14th, setting the date for the public hearing, because that's what, I'm sorry, we do not need to fast track this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read my agenda here, and it does not say fast track on this item.
No.
So I would move that we set the August 25th date, the same date as the public hearing for the TIF boundaries, as the date that we as a full commission will consider the development agreement.
Commissioner McKiernan, would you hold that motion until we do have to have public input on this or offer the opportunity for that? It's 2 separate items, and I want to ensure that we follow procedure to do so. So I'll ask the clerk if there's any comments received from public.
No comments were received.
Any members of the public online who would like to address the committee? Seeing none. Is there anyone here in person who wishes to speak? Seeing none. Thank you, Commissioner McKiernan. I recognize you again on your motion.
Thank you. I will make the motion that we move consideration of the development agreement forward to full commission for the meeting of August 25th, 2022.
I'll second that motion. I do have a question though. Do we know or we have an estimate of how much the new property taxes will be for this development?
We do. I would say the incremental. So currently, the property is paying about $9,000 in property tax. The cost benefit shows that the proposed incremental or estimated incremental property tax, and of course, the appraiser can look at this a number of different ways. So we never get a hard and fast rule by the appraiser, but what we estimate is about $250,000 would be the incremental portion
Per year?
per year.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
And Commissioner Davis, you did second that, correct?
Yes, that is a second.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second. Any other comments, concerns?
May I just, if I could just please add one more thing. Given what we've heard tonight about time lag between publication of documents and the meeting at which we are all supposed to be conversant with those documents, I would ask that we make every effort to have any document that will be considered at the meeting of the 25th published online, available for public consumption at least 1 week prior to that meeting, so that we can fully immerse ourselves and educate ourselves and have an informed discussion on that night.
Thank you. Clerk, we do have a motion and a second. I'd ask, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion is 6-0.
Thank you, committee. That's two of our action items that have been addressed. Now we'll move to item number 3. And this is an ordinance from our financial department to reallocate the ARPA funds. And we'll just allow staff just a few minutes here to get resituated. So I didn't want anyone else that wasn't interested in this sticking around for additional discussion in reference to 505. Thank you for your participation this evening. It's much appreciated by the committee. So tonight we have the privilege of having Ms. Debbie Johnson. She's our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, giving us the review of the ordinance this evening. Debbie, at your convenience.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good evening. Debbie Johnson, Deputy Chief Financial Officer. So this first item is going to be for the approval of an ordinance and a resolution to reallocate the ARPA funds to reflect the revised revenue replacement calculations. And I do have a presentation. So we'll just start with kind of just a recap of where we are. So the UG is considered two recipient entities, Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. Allocations are received in May, were received in May 2021 and May 2022. This just shows the total funding that we have. And I just also note that each entity's allocations must be spent in the respective funds of those entities. So spending the ARPA funds is directed by the federal government. A portion of the funds are allowed to go toward recovering lost revenue from 2020 and 2021 during the pandemic. And then the remaining funds are used, based on the eligible requirements for ARPA funding. So just to recap, the total that we received was $87.5 million. $55.4 million went to the city of Kansas City, Kansas, and $32.1 million to Wyandotte County. Our previous estimates were that revenue replacement on the city side was $31.1 million and on the county, $11 million. With the other eligible funds for the city at $24.3 million and $21.1 for the county. Probably advanced too far. Okay, no, I'm good now. So I'm just going to try to go here and just kind of show what we did in calculating the revenue replacement. So we're using the United States Treasury guidelines to calculate. Just wanted to note that we have to identify general revenues, own sources. And so for the 2020 calculations, we compared 2019 actuals with 2020 actuals. And then what we could do in calculating that revenue, we could compare the difference and then account for an average growth of the prior 3 years or 4.1%, whichever is greater. And we did that for both the city and the county. And then for 2021 calculations, we increased the inflated 2020 calculations by the same growth rate to estimate 2021. The reason we're doing this adjustment now is when we made the adjustment for the 2020 run revenues last year, it was an estimate. We didn't have final 2021 totals. So now that we do have that, we are recalculating the 2021 estimates, which will be are included in the 2022 budget. Still not advancing. Oh, there we go. Get it pointed in the right way. So this next slide just shows how we, claiming the maximum revenue replacement. Eligible uses are identified as government services. So we've listed here the government services. This is not an all-inclusive list, but some of the main categories: maintenance of infrastructure, modernization of cybersecurity, including hardware, software, and protection of critical infrastructure, health services, environmental remediation, and the provisions of police and fire and other public safety services. So this just shows how we calculated those sources. So as we said, we could use the average of the prior 3 years or the minimum 4.1% allowed under the ARPA guidelines, whichever was greater. So you can see for Kansas City, Kansas, the prior 3-year average was only 2.6%. So we were able to use the minimum 4.1%. For Wyandotte County, the average was 6.2%, which was greater than the 4.1 minimum that was allowed. So we were able to use 6.2% for the county. This next one, I know the numbers are kind of hard to read, but we kind of summarized it over on the side here. This is how we did our calculation. And just to show that on the original calculation for 2020, we were estimating revenue replacement at 18.7 million, and the estimate for 2021 was 12.3 million, for a 2-year total for Kansas City, Kansas of a little over 31 million. For Wyandotte County, the 2-year the calculation for 2020 was 6.6 million, and the 2021 estimate was 4.3 million, for a total of 11.02 million over the 2 years. And this is just showing how, some of you may have seen this graph before. This was showing how we split it among all the different funds for the revenue loss for both 2020 and 2021. And the totals under each match the amounts that I showed you on the previous slides. So now we want to talk about the adjustments that were made. We did have one adjustment on the city side for 2020, and that was due to the fact that when the calculation was done with all the revenues, there was a one-time revenue. It was $2 million for the sale of the former Woodlands racetrack that should have been included in the city general fund. Because it was a one-time revenue, we interpreted it not to have needed to be counted, but our external auditors looked at it and determined that yes, we should have counted that. So we are making an adjustment for that $2 million on the city side for that adjustment. And then for both the city and the county, now that we have 2021 actuals, we are making the adjustments for the estimates for the 2022 budget for the lost revenue for 2021. So these next two tables just show the same information you saw before, but now they've been adjusted for 2021. For Kansas City, Kansas, you will see in 2020, the previous amount was 18.7 million. We dropped that to 16.7. And then for 2021, the previous amount was 12.3 million. And now we're dropping that to little over 5 million for a two-year total of 21.7 million on the city side. And then for Wyandotte County, there is no adjustment for 2020. So that amount remains at 6.6 million. And then for 2021, the previous amount was 4.3 million, and now that has dropped to 2.7 million for a two-year total of 9.3 million. And I did just want to note that as we make these revenue adjustments, that money that now is not being used for revenue loss replacement will go into the be included with the remaining ARPA funds that will be available to be distributed by the ARPA subcommittee. So, and this just shows the new breakdown of funds for both Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County based on the new estimates, new calculations that we've done. This once again is showing the total. This is similar to the first slide that you saw, just showing the breakdown, the new amounts for revenue loss replacement. And we've also included some of the other items that have been approved for use. So on the city side, there's still about 13.8 million in unallocated ARPA funds. And on the county side, there's 2.6 million of unallocated. And I did want to note that these funds must be allocated by the year 2024. And then the last slide that I have here is just, this is just showing the ordinance and resolutions for the revenue as well as some of the expenditures that have been approved by the commission. Also did want to note in your packet, I think with the resolution, did include a sheet of the calculations that does show the changes to the revenue for that calculation. That's included with the resolution. That's all I have. I'll stand for any questions.
Committee questions? Thank you, Debbie. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. So Debbie, I'm looking through this and maybe I missed it. So I see the adjustments for KCK for 2020, KCK 2021, and then I see the adjustments for the county, I believe is for 2021. Was there an adjustment made for 2020 for the county?
No, that number stayed the same. The only reason we adjusted, we found the one one-time revenue on the city side that we did not include that should have been included. And so that's why there was an adjustment made, but there was no adjustment made in 2020 for the 2021 lost revenue for the county.
Okay, because I am looking at 20. Are you saying 2020? Because I am looking at an adjustment for 2021.
Right, it's the 2021 revenue replacement that would be included in the 2022 budget.
Okay,
the 2020 lost revenue was included in the 2021 budget, and then the 2021 lost revenue was included in the 2022 budget.
Gotcha. So just for clarity, in the year 2020, when we claimed revenue replacement, now with the final rule with guidance from the Treasury's Department, there was no adjustments that need to be made on the county side for revenue replacement for the year of 2020.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if this shows anything, there's $10 million additional revenue that looks like it will be going into the 2023 budget process. And Debbie, I appreciate you walking through these numbers. I had a chance to review these in great length today. Before I get to my questions, and wanted to acknowledge that there was a number presented on the adjusted calcs, and it's the 2021 revenue loss on other enterprise funds. I think there's an additional number in there. That makes that about 17 million versus 1.7.
Was that on the city or the county?
It would be on the city side. And it just says it was on your slide, the revenue replacement slide, just above the 5 million total number. I don't have a page number on here. It's towards the back, next 2 or 3 pages from the back. I think there's an extra number in that calculation versus a comma.
Oh, I see. On the other enterprise where it says 17 million, 711. Yeah, I think that is a.
Yeah. And I only share that with you because I want you to know that I did look over your information.
I will get that corrected.
So that no needed. Just thank you so very much. And I do see Commissioner Townsend has her hand up. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Ms. Johnsher. I wanted to ask you to go back to 2 of the later slides that you showed. I think one of the slides mentions the $6 million adjustment and the other was 2 to 3 million. I'd know it if I saw the slide again.
It does have a page number on it down at the bottom.
Just stop. I'll go backwards. Just stop me or forward. Just stop me when you see the slide.
Okay, I can't see it from the viewpoint of my screen right now.
Okay.
Not that one. Not
Right.
here. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Might be page 10.
Keep going. Okay, well, I think we've gone too far. Well, let me just ask it from this slide. 13.8 million is the amount of ARPA money for the city to be allocated.
That's correct. That's currently unallocated.
Right, to be allocated. Does that number, the 13.8, include the 6-point-something million that was representative of the ARPA reduction, or the final number of the
Based on the revenue
replacement
recalculation?
Right.
Yes, because on this graph, we've now changed on the city side, we've changed the revenue loss replacement. It was previously 31 million down to 21.8 million. And the same on the county. It was previously 11 million and now we've dropped it to 9.4 million.
Okay.
So yes,
so
the 13.8 would include those numbers.
Okay, and then my question would be the same on the city side, 2.6 million. This is the amount of money after the revenue loss adjustment that remains to be allocated.
That's correct.
Okay, there is no more. It's 13.8 on the city and it's 2.6 on the county side, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's it then. Thank you.
That's $16 million to the Consolidated General Fund for ARPA funding.
Pardon me, what was the question?
That it was more of a statement. That's really $16 million Consolidated General Fund money of new ARPA funds.
Well, the ARPA funds, actually, the revenue replacement money is in the general fund and the other funds, but the money that's being allocated by the subcommittee is actually in a grant fund. So the revenue loss that adjustments that we've made, that funding will be moved to the grant funding.
It's additional dollars. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, this is an actionable item. So I would ask, does Clerk, was there any comments received from the public?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in reference to this issue? Seeing none, I would now entertain a motion.
Move to approve, Davis.
McKiernan, District 2, second.
We do have a motion and a second. I'd ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 6-0.
Debbie, thank you for that overview and good news that there's a little bit more ARPA money to be had yet. So we appreciate that. This takes us to our second, or our very first non-actionable item. And so this for information only, and it's a presentation from our financial department to review the 2021 year-end fund balance and reserves for the general fund and special revenue funds. And Ms. Johnson, I believe this is your item as well.
Yes. Debbie Johnson, Deputy Chief Financial Officer. So every year we provide a year-end review of the reserves and all of our different fund balances. So this is, we're going to give you show you what the reserve balances are in all of the general fund, special revenue funds, and a look at our internal service funds.
There we go.
Okay.
We'll get it figured out. Yeah.
So we'll start out with just a review of the items that we're going to discuss. So we'll be talking about the general fund, as I said, the special revenue funds. And we've also included as information in the slides, the legal authority for some of the sources and uses for the special funds that are provided as supplementary information. And then we have 2 internal service funds that we will also review. So this next slide is just maybe to talk about why do we focus on the general fund. And this graph is just to show that we have, the general fund is 68% of the total of the certified funds for 2021. And I've got all the different funds that we certify listed below that total $370 million. This next slide just shows the revenues, the budget estimates versus actual for the last 10 years, going back to 2012. And you can see the dark line is the budgeted revenues and the green line is the actual revenues. And just wanted to note that for 2021, we underestimated revenues by about $601,000 or 0.2% of the total. The 5-year average, for the 5-year average, we overestimated revenues by about $352,000. On the next slide, it just shows expenditures, also budget to actual for the general funds. Once again, the dark line is the budget and the lighter line is the actuals, just showing where we've been over the last 10 years. For 2021, we underspent budget by about $5.8 million or 2.4% of the total. And over the 5-year average, we've underspent the budget by about $6.1 million. The next slide just shows the change in general fund unencumbered fund balance. Same information here. As you can see, a lot of times when we budget, we are actually, our change in fund balance shows a drop in fund balance. But when we get to the actuals, over at least the last 3 years, the fund balance has been a positive number for the general fund. We have had a couple of years, if you look at 2013, 2016, where we budgeted our change in fund balance to be negative, and we did end slightly negative. In 2019, we budgeted a negative fund balance, but we did actually end with a positive fund balance.
Debbie, if I may, with that comment being made, Commissioner Burrows at large District 2, The fact that we have underspent the budget by 6.1 million by average, what services, does that include not paying bonded indebtedness and maybe carrying it over? Or is that just cutting back on services or not paying bills for a fiscal year to carry it into the next fiscal year? Or is it a combination of all of the above?
No, we've never, it wouldn't include debt service. We've never underpaid our debt service. We've always paid the debt service bills. And most of the debt service fund is actually in a different fund, so it's not accounted for here. There's very little debt service in the general fund. It could be that we maybe had capital that was budgeted, and maybe there was a delay in the reason why it was, maybe the project didn't move forward. There could be some services that that maybe we didn't spend. Maybe there was a delay in a project, and that also created, the fact we didn't do a contractual service. It could be a number of things. Personnel, if we had vacant positions that were budgeted and didn't get spent, that also accounts for the savings.
Great, thank you. And it could also be COVID related, the fact that we didn't spend money to the extent that we could have during the COVID time when supply chain issues as well as personnel issues were impacted by the pandemic.
That's correct.
Thank you. This clarification.
This just a more of a review, I think, of our general fund reserves are increased. The 2021 year end increased by 19.2 million. I will note that I believe some of that was, or a lot of that was related to ARPA funding. But I'll just note that our 2020 ending fund balance reserve was 45.7 million. The 2021 change of 19.2 million gives us an ending fund balance in reserves of 64.9 million. The percentage for 2021 for expenditures is 28.4%. As you will note in our fund balance policy, a 2-month spending is 17%, which would equal 38 million. So the remaining reserve balance for emergencies totals 26.9 million. As of the end of 2021, we're about 7.8 million over the 3-month reserve target. This next slide just shows our percentage of fund balance going all the way back to basically consolidation. Showing we started out at 36%. We had a drop in the early 2000s, went back up before it started declining in the recession of 2008, 2009. And then we have slowly been building it back up, and we are for 2021, we are at 20, our fund balance percentage is at 28%. And I will just note, we did have a note there that the balance was positive 19.2%, primarily due to the ARPA revenue replacement funds. The next slide just shows some information about the minimum reserve policy. These are some of the Gfoa general fund revenue risk assessment factors, things that can affect the reserves, extreme events, liquidity, growth, capital needs, just a whole bunch of stuff that identified by the Gfoa. The next one is just more risk assessment, just noting that in the box over there on the right-hand side, showing that 17% is 2 months reserves and another 8% is an extra 1 month. So the recommended general fund reserve is 25%. The next slide, just some benchmarking information. This is just showing neighboring municipalities' general fund reserves, and this was based on 2020 fund balance. That was the latest information that was available for all of our neighboring communities. So as you can see, we were at 22% in 2020 related to some of our other municipalities. And then this next slide, just more information basically on the 2 and 3 month reserves. And I'll just note some of the notes under compliance. It's measured at December 31st as part of the financial audit. If the minimum target of reserves is not being met or likely to not be met at some point within the 5-year horizon, then during the budget process, fund balance levels could be increased either by the mayor and board of commissioners. And it's recommended that you develop a plan to replenish the reserves to achieve the minimum reserves over a 5-year period. The next one, just some more information on general fund reserves. Won't spend too much time just showing our 2021, and then we have an estimate for 2022. 2022 estimate assumes that all ARPA revenue replacement funds would be appropriated and spent in 2022. And it also assumes that we would end 2022 with a fund balance equal to the pre-pandemic 2019 fiscal year.
Yeah. And Debbie, if I may, thank you for that. I do want to draw attention to the committee that that's an assumption that those funds will be spent in 2022. And we may choose not to do that. And so I just want to bring that to the attention that we're setting it over 25% in reserves. And due to ARPA funding, the 19.2 million being part of that, and that we are not in a position at this time to state that we are going to spend those monies in 2022. We'll go through the ARPA grant process as well as the budget process.
Right, and we do have additional time. I think just for this graph, we made that assumption, but we do have the additional years. So 2024, I think we have to have all of the funds allocated.
So we do have a couple of years, and
right,
and we do know that we have many needs. So I would hope that we would give serious discussion as how we're going to spend the remaining amount of ARPA funds to get the best return on investment for our community. So thank you, Debbie. I didn't mean to stop you at that point. Just wanted to bring that clarification to light.
No, it's actually a good breaking point because now we're gonna move on to the special revenue funds. We've just got some points here for the reserve policy. Let's see, reserve targets ranges are based on percentage of expenditure and transfers for the fiscal year. Each special revenue fund has a specific target reserve range. And in the next couple of slides, when I show you the special revenue funds, we'll have those percentages listed. Same compliance, it's measured as of December 31st as part of the audit. And then if it drops below the target, then at some point within the 5-year during the budget process, we could build those revenue levels back up. So the special revenue categories, we have 4 sections here that I'm going to talk about: the county levy funds, the debt service funds, funds that are restricted by state statute, and then funds that are created by the UG Commission with authority of state statute. So this first one is talking about the county levy funds. We've got 5 funds listed here. On each of these slides, I'm going to show the first column is going to be the fiscal 2021 expenditures and transfers. And then the highlighted column is the 2021 ending total fund balance. We've listed out the fund balance percentages based on the 2021 ending balance, what the targets are, and then the fund balance in excess of the reserve targets. I will just note with developmental disabilities, you can see their percentages at 93%. Did want to note that they do also have a grant fund, and they typically spend their funding out of the grant fund first before moving to this fund. Health Department does have a capital project in for 2023 of about 1 million that will probably use up some of their, spend down some of their fund balance.
Yeah, and if I may, Debbie, when I first came aboard as a commissioner, these were funds I had identified as having surplus in light of the mandated amount of revenue, the 10 to 15% expenditures out, but the fund balance expenditures, they are in excess of the 5 and 10% that I think we have in policy. And so to see both the percentage as well as the dollar amount gives us an idea how much money is sitting idle. And that's what it is. It's sitting idle in those funds. So either we're not providing services or we're holding out for a project. And I believe in my concern in the past was some of these mills didn't even cover the cost of services. And so the mills needed to be revisited to ensure that they were providing enough money for the services provided, and those that were taking in too much money should be lowered, so that we try to be as revenue neutral as we possibly can with these services, but still meet the 5 to 10% revenue reserve that was required. I believe we brought that forward. I think my first year here, I remember there was a substantial amount of money in those reserves for quite a while, but I see we're spending them down as we should and getting them more under control.
Right, and that is still an option if we determine, because these are levy funds under the county mill levy. So if we determine that we wanted to shift part of the levy to another fund that maybe needed additional funding, that's an option for the commission.
Great. Thank you.
The next set of funds are the debt service funds. So we have the city bond and interest fund, the county bond and interest, and then we've separated out the TIF debt service funds. I do have some additional TIF information on the next slide, but as you can see here, the same information is provided for the city. The fund balance percentage is at 20%, and on the county, it's at 39%. And we have the amounts listed over there. The debt service on the fund balance on the TIF funds is at 298%. And I will just note that the balance in these funds is 100% restricted for debt service. And all of these would have been projects, TIF projects that had debt issued on them. So the increment that's captured goes directly to pay the debt service on those projects. So I've got a couple slides here just to note for the TIF funds. In 2022, we had 4 TIF districts that expired. They have fund balances, and those amounts are going to be redistributed back to the taxing entities. Approximately 46% of the amount will go to the unified government, city and county, and then the other 54% goes back to the other taxing entities. We also are proposing early termination of a couple of districts in 2023. However, we'll be monitoring those to ensure that there's no additional development. I believe Metropolitan is one that that may be paying some of the TIFs. If they perform better than projected, they may pay their debt service off early. However, we keep that money in the fund because it's included with our larger bond issue. So you can't just pay off one project at a time. You have to wait for the call date when you can pay off an entire bond issue or refinance and then pay down at that point. So if some of these are in a bond issue that can't be called, then we retain the balance in, and it's used to pay that debt service as it comes due. Then I guess we also are looking at, let's see, we've got a couple issues that we're kind of monitoring for 2024 that look like they might have deficit fund balances. So we'll be watching those. If they don't perform, then the debt service payment is covered by the city debt service fund.
And Debbie, if I may, what would cause the performance not to occur? Is it the lack of sales within the district of the homes and or development? Is it devaluation?
Yeah, it could be if a development didn't move forward, maybe they issued bonds. It could be that if I'm not recalling if some of these, if it was a residential TIF, maybe they didn't build out the entire project, or maybe it didn't, the valuations didn't come in as it was originally estimated. On a commercial project, it could be that, maybe there were additional pad sites that were supposed to be developed that didn't get developed.
Okay. What action do we take as a local government to ensure that we do everything we can to not have to cover those GO bonds, but that we get these to perform? Do we help market the vacant pad sites? Do we help bring developers in to finish out the project so that the ratepayer or the taxpayer is not paying that cost?
I know we monitor, what's coming in and how the TIFs are performing. And I think the Economic Development Department probably would work if they had undeveloped project sites. They would be the ones probably working with the developer for that. We have a couple of TIF projects that were issued as GO bonds, but we have kind of gotten away from issuing that. We really want the project to pay for itself. And so usually the incremental TIF revenues are what's covering the projects now. I'm trying to remember the last time. It could have been 2013, 2014 was the last time we might have issued a TIF project that was backed by a GO.
Could, Patrick, maybe this is a question of legal, if I may. In committee, I beg your indulgence. This is an important issue because basically this 1.48 million in deficit spending is going to come out of our budget 2024 unless we can find a way to turn these numbers around. Patrick, is there an avenue available that this committee could request of the Economic Development Department some kind of actions that would ensure to the best of their ability to address these prior to the 2024 budget?
Absolutely. I will get in touch with economic development and finance, and we can kind of see where the shortfall is expected and what actions might be available.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think for the public's interest, when we don't have a development that performs, and there's 3 of them, the remaining 8 are in good standing. Whatever we can do to lower that cost out of the state out of the general fund, it would be welcomed because that's services and additional amenities we can provide as a local government. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that. Committee, is that all right with you that we send that information to the Economic Development Committee, Finance? Great. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay.
Please continue.
And the next one is just a listing of the TIFs and the balances, just kind of provided for some additional information. The next set are funds that are restricted by state statute. So you can see we've got about 8 funds here that are listed. And we did get some feedback from the departments on some of these, if there are any questions about what's being spent on some of those. I will just note that, let's see. I know right offhand, probably Street and Highway Fund is probably going to use some of their excess for their street preservation funding. I know Parks and Rec, they have a lot of their capital projects. They may have maintenance come out of here for different parks improvements. And I've also got some information if anybody has questions on any of the other funds. I do have some information on those.
Well, and I thank you for that, Debbie. It's important. I think in the alcohol program, doesn't some of that money go into parks also?
Yes, that one is split between the general fund, the special alcohol, and the special parks.
Thank you. Just for those that have raised concerns about park funding, there's a multitude of or a number of revenue sources that we may want to identify. These funds, if you'll notice, there's a 5% target reserve range, and you see that some of these funds are accumulating quite a reserve. And I think at one time, the UG Technology Fund or the Treasurer's Fund, one of them was over 2,000% when I first came in. So there has been some spin down of those funds and some movement in those reserves. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay. And if you would like any of the information on what they're planning to spend that on, I do have that information that I can provide.
So Debbie, that just for the committee's purview, that 6.947 is the amount of reserves that we have sitting in those accounts, correct?
That's the amount that's actually in excess of the target.
Okay. Thank you.
So then the next slide are funds that were created by the UG Commission with authority of state statute. And so we've got 5 funds listed here. would include the dedicated sales tax fund, the tourism, the special assets, the environmental trust fund, and it shows, what their fund balance percentages are. You'll recall the dedicated sales tax is the 3/8 cent sales tax for public safety and infrastructure.
And Debbie, if I may, the special dedicated sales tax, as you just stated, the 10 million that's resources committed for prior year capital projects, is that 2020 or 2021 prior year?
Well, if it was a capital project that started in 2020 and carried over to 2021, and then again, the balance is carrying over from 2021.
Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. Would you roll back one slide if you don't mind? So is that balance 17 million or what, or is that 6?
6 on this on the
16.9?
16.9
Aren't
million,
as good as they used to be, but
with the largest portion of that in the dedicated sales tax.
okay, thank you.
That dedicated sales tax divided three ways,
ways.
police, fire, and
And
infrastructure.
infrastructure.
Yes, Commissioner Davis.
So for these particular funds, because this opens up a lot of possibilities in the current budget season that we're in. These, trying to get my question correctly. So our current practice is to get at the 17% reserves for these special funds.
That 17% was for the general funds. The target reserve range that we have listed here in the 4th column over, that's what we have in our policy for each of these funds. Some of the special revenue funds don't follow that same 17%. They have different percentages that we've identified in our policy. So the special dedicated sales tax fund, the range is 5 to 10%.
Okay, so those ranges kind of vary, and I'm assuming you all just kind of at your discretion, you decide what the appropriate amount within that range every year would be to throw in reserves for the fund.
We don't look at them every year, but probably at least we review the policy at least every 5 years is what we're trying to do, or every maybe 3 to 5 years. If we see one that looks like, I think these might be, kind of best practice percentages based on what expenditures are being paid out of the fund.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so for, I guess, what is the current practice or policy, or do you have a percentage of what is currently being done right now in the last 3 years when it comes to these specific funds? Is it just a blanket 3%, or during the budget is just saying we're going to do a blanket 5, we're going to do a blanket 10? How is that being done?
When we set the budget?
Yes.
We're probably trying to stay within, I would say, like for that particular fund, in the 5 to 10%. I don't have what we actually did. We could probably go back and check that.
Well, I think 2 things. Number one, if you're saying these are in excess of, then I would, I request, Chair, if it appeases you, to have us come back and have a conversation specifically on these reserve funds and make some recommendations to the governing body of what we can do. Granted, these would be probably one-time expenses, but they're worth looking at, especially given how much we are. The other thing is maybe instead of this range, we have a specific goal. So if we can have a conversation on the reserve funds and then the reserve policy for these particular mill levy generated funds that are not restricted, because we can move some of this money around and solve some of our community problems and issues that we're having. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. This was something that was brought forward, like I said, about 4 years ago in reference to these funds. Because if there's a large sum sitting there and it's not being spent, services aren't being provided because those funds can't be spent for anything else but what they're set aside for. And one of the things I think about on the special dedicated sales tax, I think we just went through radio purchase for our police and fire. And I can't remember, I think we either paid cash out of reserves or bonded that. We're thinking about bonding it, and here it is sitting in reserves, and the money could have been utilized there. Just an option, but I do appreciate the fact that someone else is willing to look at that on the committee. I appreciate that very much.
One thing I will note on there, and even though it does show the fund balance in excess of 10.5 million, it does say some of these resources, and I wish I had that number, but some of those resources may already be encumbered for projects that may have carried over, that are carrying over into 2022.
Thank you, Debbie. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Debbie, please move on.
I'll just quickly go through the internal service funds. We have 2 internal service funds that we're going to be talking about: the workers' comp and the self-insured healthcare. And just on this next slide, same information, just kind of what we look at for reserve targets and how the compliance is measured. Pretty much the same information. I will just note on the internal service funds, it says they are funded at the actuarial determined marginally acceptable level. And what that means is that an insurance actuarial term denotes a funding reserve level, which the insurance industry has 70% confidence that the reserve is adequately meeting the funding needs. So some of the reserve target is based on an actuarial report that is done for these funds. So with the workers' comp, this is just showing the net position for the workers' comp fund. And as you can see, there were many years where the net position was negative. Over the last, let's see, for 2021, and then we're estimating 2022 and 2023 to both have positive net position. We'll just note that this fund and the self-insurance, the health insurance, are claims driven. Claims can vary from year to year, and so that can affect the fund balance. We'll just note that the work comp decrease in claims IBNR, which is incurred but not reported, did change based on some actuarial assumptions, and I think that is helping with the positive fund balance that we're seeing now.
Debbie, if I may, it has been requested of me to find out what the average cost for our retirees' healthcare plan is. Can we get an aggregate number of what the average cost for the employee healthcare plan is? I don't know if it's because they've had an increase or if we have more retirees, but that 70% funding, as you stated, is an industry standard. Just wanted to be able to respond that this is what the average cost for healthcare plan for employees are.
Okay.
And retirees. I guess it would be the retirees and the
Employees and
employees,
retirees.
because I think they're both the same. Aren't they both come out of the same pool?
I can get that info. I don't have that today, but I can get that.
At your convenience. Thank you.
Okay. So then the next slide is just showing just a comparison of the premiums, and this goes all the way back to looks like 2000. Can't quite see that even on my own paper, but I think it's 2000. Just showing the on the left-hand side is the premiums, and then on the right-hand side are the claims and judgments incurred each year. And then the next slide is where I have the same information for the self-insured healthcare plan, and did just want to note that this one is also claims driven. We have had increases in the fees, in the contributions, the premiums. So that does contribute to helping the fund balance. I think over the past several years, the increases have been about 7 to 8%. Some assumptions that are included, they had decreased the seed money from the UG for the HSA plan. There were also I mentioned the increased premiums, and then also on this one, the decrease in the incurred but not reported based on the actuarial reports. All of those things have affected the fund balance. And as this one, the same as the previous one, you can see that 2021, we did end in a positive net position, and then we're estimating 2022 and 2023 to also have a positive net position. The next slide, same thing, just showing the premiums for the healthcare as well as the, let's see, this one is premiums for the employer and premiums for the employee. And then the last one just shows claims and judgments by year out of the fund. Looks like this goes back to 2009. Just showing how some of the claims can vary by year. And so we have additional information in the slides. I don't necessarily know if I need to go through some of them are just for information. Let's see. This is more just some more information on the operating reserve, the additional 1 month, and then the policy section for the excess of reserves. Let's see. This next one just shows the neighboring communities and some additional information that was provided in addition to the fund balance percentage that I showed earlier. And then the rest of the slides are just the legal authorities for all the different funds. I can go through those if you'd like me to.
I don't think it's necessary. I think the
Okay.
committee can
It's
review them.
provided for you to review if you would like to see what restricts some of those funds.
I appreciate the tremendous amount of information, the statutes and the ordinances and resolutions that are tied to those particular funds, I think are important. It goes back to the questions that were asked in reference to the fund as we went through the presentation. And with that, I'll ask Commissioner Davis with a question.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, just a statement. I think from a budgeting standpoint, if I can give kind of a summary of kind of where some of the gaps are, and this is just my opinion, I think that one of the reasons why we have a high amount of underspending on expenditures is in part because of the rather progressive estimates on projections year after year on what we will spend, because it's at 2.4%, which isn't bad. When it comes to revenue, though, you all are spot on. I think it's 0.2%. But there's something about how we're estimating on what we are spending every year that ends up with a $6 million gap. And so I think this information is telling in that we hopefully need to reverse course so that we're putting more money either back in the pockets of our constituents or we're giving them the amenities and structures and things that they deserve. The other thing I will say is I'm very much interested in not leaving, I count about $25.8 million in reserve funds sitting there for another budget cycle. And so whatever I have to do, I will be very vocal about that going forward. It is not great practice. I want us to have savings. We need to be prepared for emergencies, but holding on too much means that, again, we're not necessarily putting that money to work for our residents. And I know that they are restricted funds, but I'd like to see our departments who ask us for a lot of things use the actual funds that we've given them for these dedicated funds within the budget, as opposed to asking for more general fund requests, which means we have more money to spend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Any other comments? Seeing none. Debbie, that should conclude your presentation on that particular item, correct?
Yes, this was for information only, and that's the end of my presentation.
Great, thank you. And is there any comments? I mean, I know this information only, but is there any comments from the public and or anybody in attendance this evening who would like to make a comment?
We didn't receive any comments.
Thank you. As I stated, it's for information only. And Debbie, I look to see that we have the next item is the 2022 first quarter cash investment, Treasury Department. And if I'll wait for staff to join you, and let them get situated before we start peppering them with, before we start having a big presentation. Okay. I believe we'll have Andrea Vineyard and Deputy Treasurer presenting this evening.
Correct.
Wonderful. Please, at your convenience. Our committee, you should have your information.
Thank you. Andrea Vineyard, Deputy Treasurer. Also have to my left would be the County Treasurer, Becky Berger, in case anyone has questions for her or I. We won't take up very much of your time. We just wanted to go over the quarter one of 2022's investment report. Obviously, we're a little behind things that are out of our control to delay some of that, the cyber attack, along with just reporting. But I have no bad news to give you, of course. We'll just dive right in. And trying to watch how she was getting this to work. There we go. First slide for me, pointing out part you can't see, which is the right side of where those other attendees are. It says we're at a weighted average yield of 0.44, which is going to be explained in the next slide a little further. But as far as days to maturity, we were at 150 for quarter one, which is down from quarter four. We did have some things mature that were more of the 3 to 4 year maturities from prior years that came and fell off. As far as the components of the portfolio, we're at 82% cash for that quarter, along with 18% in investments. Battery, maybe? Go.
Is that another PDF?
There we go. This is a PowerPoint. Excuse me. So like I'd mentioned, it's 0.44, the average yield, which was down from quarter four, which was at 0.57, still below the target T-bill rate at 1.61. As I come forth to you each time, I always like to point out our compliance from when I started here about 5 years ago doing this to now. We've remained in compliance for all of our institutions, staying within the policy of that requirement, including quarter one of 2022. That kind of projects the interest looking strong so far for quarter one compared to the 3-4 years prior to that. Like a little game. As a portfolio, as an aggregate, as far as where we stand, of the 349 million, we have 63 of that in CDs, which is about 18%. And as of quarter one, we did not have any U.S. agency securities invested. And then the cash and operating show outside of that, there at the top. Yeah. I only have one more. Maybe. Oh, there you go. Right in the middle. Last slide here. I have one other one, but Debbie covered it pretty thoroughly before I came up here. Quarter one overall, we only had 2 maturities, no purchases, Security Bank, and then we had one from Capital Federal that all matured that we invested early in 2018, each of $5 million. Got it. As I alluded to, Debbie covered this pretty thoroughly before I came up here, and I know she's got some more presentations with Reggie after me, so I can go into detail, but I think you'll hear enough from her next. That's mine. I can entertain any questions, of course.
Committee, any questions? Any hands raised? No questions? I have one, and you knew I would have one.
Yep.
What is a cash equivalent? If we're sitting on almost $300 million, what is a cash equivalent?
Really don't know if I have an answer for that. Are you referring to this slide, I assume?
It's the one before it, but it's slide number 4. I'm just curious, as it shows a grand total of $349,486,000 of cash equivalent. And I know that we're looking at if we have that kind of money in the bank, so to speak, cash equivalent, can it be pulled over into reserves? Can it be used for operations? What can it be used for?
I may have to defer to Debbie for that one.
Thank you.
Those are that's the operating funds. So all of all of the funds that we just talked about, all of the money, when we get that money in, it goes into the operating fund. So that 282 million includes all of those funds.
And the 17% reserve or the 25% reserve that we have is included in some of that? I got you. I think it's important for the public to see that. And when they see that kind of cash equivalent sitting there and wonder why we're not lowering taxes or wonder why we're sitting on so much cash and not utilizing it the way they should expect it should be used. But thank you for that. I appreciate that.
I think the last graph, I say that just shows how all the funds are broken up into all the money is broken up into the different funds.
Okay, any questions, comments? Seeing none. And as I stated, that was for information only also.
Yep. Thank you.
That takes us to, thank you, Andrea and Becky. Appreciate that very much. That takes us to item number 7, which is the first quarter budget to actuals. And I believe Mr. Lindsay will be making this presentation this evening and
there was an
partnership
item number 6.
Oh, item number 6. I apologize. I must have turned my paper too quick. Oh, thank you. I did. Thanks for calling that to my attention, Reggie. So it's all yours. This is the greater than $10,000 per quarter.
Yes. This is Reginald Lindsay, Unified Government Budget Director. So quarterly, we bring forward departments request to move $10,000 or more. If departments are moving more than $50,000 and it's emergency, it has to go to the county administrator and also the mayor. And if it's just over $10,000, it goes to the county administrator. If there's something over $50,000 and it's not an emergency, it comes to this standing committee and then moves on to the full commission to discuss. So this quarter, we have 2 budget revisions, and one is for various departments, and it is for software maintenance and purchase related to managing our vacant properties. And what it does is allow us to manage those vacant properties across multiple departments, and that includes the delinquent revenue planning, the land bank, and the police department, and also planning. And so that budget revision was for $47,000, and it was done within existing funds. There were no funds that had to be pulled from contingencies or anything. And then the next budget revision was for the sheriff's department, and it was for a camera system that was down and for replacement of that camera system. That was $110,000, and it came from within the sheriff's department's budget.
Thank you.
And that's
questions, comments? Any hands, staff?
No hands are raised.
Seeing none. Okay. Thank you. Again, this is for information only. That moves us on to item number 7 that I originally tried to get to a minute ago, and Reggie corrected me that we skipped over number 6. So thank you, Reggie. I believe you have the privilege of this time to present again.
I'll go ahead and start this one. This is our Q1 2022 budget to actual financial report. And this is Debbie Johnsher, Deputy Chief Financial Officer. And I'll be presenting, I'll do the revenues, and then Reginald Lindsay, our budget director, is going to talk about the expenses. So I'll start out, we're just looking at the consolidated general fund. And just to note that the general fund is the primary operating fund and accounts for the majority of the operating expenses for the unified government. And the consolidated does include the 3 general funds, which is city, county, and the Parks and Recreation. So this first one is just a comparison of Q1 2022 with Q1 2021. For 2022, you can see we are at revenues are at 33.8% of budget. Expenditures are at 25.3%, and net allocations and transfers, that's the transfers in and out, are netted together. Are at 24.3%. I'll just note that the change in fund balance for the Q1 is currently is 19.6. The balance at the beginning of the year was 31 million, and year to date it is 50.7 million. We'll just note that revenues are 1% higher than the prior year as a percentage of budget, and did want to note that the budget does include the revenue loss reimbursement funds through the ARPA funding. So next we're going to look at the city general fund. The first graph up there just shows all the general fund revenues. As you can see, the total down at the bottom for all revenues is 29.5%. With the quarter, you would expect to see 25%. However, in some of the categories, we do receive more than just 1 quarter of the 1 quarter of revenue budgeted. And the instance is property tax. With the Q1 distribution that occurs in January, we typically receive about half of the property tax revenue for the year. And then in the Q2, it's usually up close to somewhere between 90 and 100%. So as you can see, property tax is at 54.5%. Sales tax is at 27.1%. So we're a little higher for the quarter than what we budgeted. Other tax, which includes the BPU pilot, franchise fees, and delinquent taxes, we're at 27.7%. Charges for service, we're at 24.5%. The largest one there would be the trash collection fees. And then we have fines and forfeits, and miscellaneous, fines at 22.4% and miscellaneous at 15.5%. The second graph on there is just a comparison of 2021 actuals. So the blue is the prior period and the red is the current period. And it just shows you, we've got on here, general fund revenue, each one of the categories kind of showing the comparison in a graph form.
And Debbie, if I may, even though it's Q1, we see 54% of the property tax. The Q2, if we had 7 quarter reports, that's not going to change a whole lot unless it's the delinquency factor comes into play.
Well, in the Q2, for the second half payment occurs in May. So usually by the end of the Q2, we've collected between 90 and 100% of the property tax revenue. And then any remaining, we have, I think, 2 more distributions after that, usually just pick up any delinquent collections.
Great, thank you. And you got right to the point that I was wanting to discuss. May I ask why we don't, how long does it take to get the 2022 Q2 report? Because here we are we're past the Q2, and I know we had the issues with our system.
Right.
But do we usually wait a full quarter to go back?
No, we're usually we present, once the Q1 ends, we're presenting somewhere in the Q2. So yes, we are behind, and that was due to not being able to access all of our numbers due to the cyber attack. So we are a little behind. I would expect that we would probably bringing back the second quarter here in the next,
Probably within the next month or so, possibly.
if not August, it could be September,
Yeah, I was
the
hoping,
latest.
that we'd have some updated numbers so that as we start the budget process or while we're in the budget process, to look at what kind of revenue we're getting from our property tax, sales tax, because I do believe our sales tax will probably outperform again like it did last year, and the same with the other tax. So just curious, but I do know that we were running blind for six weeks, and that put us behind. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Just to get some clarity. So what are the two rough times of the year where normally we would receive, 90%, right, or near 100% property tax collection? Well, what are the periods of the year and as to which we are expecting to receive property tax payments?
The two largest collections or distributions are January. We collect, the first half payment is due in December, and then that gets distributed to all the taxing entities in January. So the first quarter is the first half payment, and then the second half payment occurs in May, and so that's distributed in June. So by the end of June, we've usually received 90% or more of the property tax revenue.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And then just this last graph for the city general fund is just a comparison of first quarter 2021 and 2022, and just showing the comparison, and the far right column is just the increase or decrease compared with last year for the same period. So as you can see, overall, we're about 2.2 million higher in collections than we were for the first quarter of 2021. Next, we'll cover the county general fund. Same thing on the property tax. As you can see, we're at about 55% property tax. This would be the same collection as the city. Those are distributed at the same time. So sales tax again is at 27.1%. Other taxes, which would include motor vehicle taxes and delinquent taxes, is at 37.7%. Charges for service is at 22%. That could include items like the jail fee that's paid from the city to the county for the use of the jail, parking fees. Let's see. Fines and forfeits are at about 23.9%, and miscellaneous is 23.8%. So the total revenue collection to date for the first quarter for the county general fund is 42.8%. The next graph again is just showing in graph form the comparison of first quarter 2021 year to date versus first quarter 2022. And then the last one is just showing the comparison of 2021 and 2022 and the increase or decrease in each one of the categories. And we are about even with where we were in the first quarter of 2021 on the county general fund. Now I'm going to turn it over to Reginald Lindsay, our budget director, to talk about expenditures.
Thank you. So we have two different views here for the city general funds expenditures. So what we're doing is comparing budget to actuals for the second quarter at the top right hand of the page or left hand of the page. And then at the bottom right hand side of the page, we're comparing 2022 first quarter actuals to 2021 year-to-date actuals. So if we look at The first chart at the top, we have the financials. We got 6 different categories that we're looking at for expenditures. We have personnel, services, supplies, grants and claims, miscellaneous transfers, and capital outlay. And one of the things we can see there is we have a $161 million budget for the 2022 amended budget. Personnel is $119 million, and that's like 74% of that budget. And kind of give you a comparison to last year's budget. Personnel's budget was like $110 million. So we're looking at almost like a $10 million increase over last year's personnel budget. But also if we look at the 2022 first quarter year-to-date actuals, we spent like $28 million of that $119 million, and we got 23% left. So some of the things that's in that personnel budget is we have salaries, payouts for when someone leaves the organization, whether it's retired or going to work someplace else. Then also we have like pension costs, also benefits and overtime. And then next category is services. And we can see we got a $27 million budget there. And we have spent $6.7 million so far this year. And that's like, we can see almost 25% of the budget. And some of the things here in services are our transit contract, which is one of the bigger contracts here, and also trash contract, and then software maintenance and software purchases, and then also legal costs. And then we have next category being supplies. You see we got a $3.5 million budget there. And so far we spent like $1 million. And we like have 29% of that budget that is already spent. And so one of the key things that we're looking for here is we want to try to keep expenditures at this point in time of the year under 25%. And we can see this one's at 29%. And some of the things that are spent here are utilities, fuel, vehicle parts, and maintenance. So one of the reasons that we are kind of about 4% over the 25% idea spend rate is because this is where we pay for natural gas, and natural gas costs have gone up, and then also fuel has gone up, and also vehicle parts have gone up. So that's one of the reasons that the budget is a little over.
Reggie, could you pull your microphone a little closer? We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Okay. So that's one of the reasons the supplies are a little bit more than the 25% spend rate that we look to have. And just kind of give you an idea out of these categories, so far we've spent $38 million year to date in the 2022 budget, and personnel is spending at about 74% of that total $38 million. And then services are about 17%. And then also supplies are running about 3%. So all in all, we are tracking where we expected the budget to be for year-to-date budget to actuals for 2022. Then if we go down and we compare in the right-hand corner at the bottom, if we compare 2021 to 2022, personnel is about 5.5% up from our spending last year. And then if we look at services, it's about 14% up. And then also our supplies, we actually have a 22% increase, and that's due to just the cost of things going up compared to last year. And then grants and claims were up about 23%. And then capital outlay is up 117%. And one of the reasons capital outlay is up because last year we had a larger budget, or this year we have a larger budget in capital outlay, where we got a $3.4 million budget for 2022. And in 2021, we had a $1.4 million budget. So moving on to the county general fund. We have the same setup with the financials. At the top left-hand side of the page, we have a view of the budget where we can see how much we spent compared to the budget for 2022. And then at the bottom right-hand of the page, we have financials where we compare year-over-year expenditures. And we can see within the county general fund's expenditures, we got a $52 million budget for personnel, and just kind of give you what our budget was last year. It was a $48 million budget. So we're looking at about a $5 million more budget in personnel in the expenditure budget for 2022 over 2021. And looking at the spend rate, we can see we have about 26% of the budget spent in personnel. And ideally, we like to be under 25% at the end of the third quarter. So we are a little bit over. And again, some of the things paid from personnel, salaries, pensions, payouts, and benefits and overtime. And then if we go down and to look at services, we can see we have spent $7 million, and that's definitely. And so and with supplies, we have spent like $386,000, and we got like a $1.9 million budget, and 19% of it has been spent. All right. Thank you, Brian. And with capital outlay, we have spent like 16.3% of the budget. So we got like a $1.8 million budget, and we spent like $294,000. And just kind of looking out of in the 2022 first quarter year-to-date actuals, just for the total, we have spent $22 million out of a $77 million budget, and that's about 29.3%. And just kind of give you an idea, we are tracking where out of this personnel, the personnel portion of this budget has spent 61% of this total $22 million budget. And then services is about $32 million of it. And as we go down and look at the, in the right-hand corner, look at the, where we're comparing actuals for 2021 to 2022 actuals, we can see that expenditures have increased in personnel. They're up about 13%, and then services are up about 8% over last year, and then supplies are up about 18%, and then grants and claims are up 65%, and then miscellaneous transfers out are up 14%, and capital outlay is up about 91%. And one of the reasons that is up is because departments are trying to purchase capital equipment in the capital over in the county general fund. We're having problems getting vehicles, so we started our vehicle and equipment purchases earlier this year. So that's one of the reasons that the spending is up for the capital outlay in 2022 versus 2021. The budgets were kind of similar, but that is the reason we're up. So moving to the next slide. Can you all hear me okay now? Okay. So this current slide, the current slide is a snapshot of the 10 tax levy funds that include the city and the county general fund. And so we have revenues on the left-hand side and expenditures on the right-hand side. And one of the key things that we look to have is on the revenues, we're looking to have like 25% of the revenue come in. And if we have that amount, we feel we're tracking well. And on the expenditure side, we're looking to have like 25% have only spent 25% or less than the expenditures. So one of the things we can see on the revenues, we can see most of all the funds have more than 25% of the revenues coming in. And then on the expenditure side, we can see all the funds are below 25%. So that's ideally where we would like to be. So this next slide, what we're doing is comparing 19 other funds that we have, which consist of special revenue funds and also our enterprise funds. And they also include County Library Fund, which is at the bottom. And this is a non-UG fund, but it is a tax levy. We don't have any control over spending there. But these financials are set up where we have the revenues on the left side of the page and then the expenditures on the right-hand side of the page. And ideally, what we're looking for is the revenues to be over 25% at this point in time of the year when we ended the first quarter. And then with the expenditures, we're looking to be below 25%. And as we can see, looking at the revenues, there are a good amount of revenues that have not reached 25% yet. And this is just because of lag and some of the tax revenues being recognized. And then also on the expenditure side, we can see that we are under the 25% in most of the funds. We do have a couple funds with Sunflower Hills. They have spent 41% of their budget. And one of the things they try to do there is get ready for the upcoming golf season. So they spend a lot of their money up front. And then also sewer system, it's about 1% over the 25%. So that concludes what Deb and I want to present. Are there any questions?
I think in short order, if someone was to glance at these bottom numbers, some of them were 9 basis points under revenue, and that we're keeping our expenditures below the 25% in a majority of the expenditure columns, and our revenue is exceeding expenditures at this time. And that we're only the first quarter in. Second quarter would give us a better reflection as we requested earlier in the meeting. That's what I would come away from looking at these figures with in an aggregate amount. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, that is.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, committee? Seeing none. As I stated, this was for information only. And if there's no other questions or comments, I believe that concludes our Economic Development Finance Standing Committee. At this time, I would entertain a motion and a second to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second, Davis.
We do have a motion and a second to adjourn. I would ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Haley?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Stites? McKiernan?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye, thank you. Thank you for your attendance. We are adjourned, and I defer the leadership position to my friend and colleague, Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. That concludes Economic Development and Finance. Our Neighborhood and Community Development meeting will be next. I know that many of you are here for that meeting. Given the length of that first meeting with the agreement of the committee, I'm going to ask that we take a 7-minute break in between committees. We'll come back at 20 till the hour of 8 o'clock. That'll give everybody a chance to stretch their legs, and we'll look to convene that meeting at 20 till 8. we will get everyone seated and we will begin that meeting very shortly. I will say if I whine just 1 second, I do miss having 2 monitors. Okay. But that's the price we pay to have a meeting in person rather than online, and I'll take the in-person meeting. So before I call this meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as those of us who are on site. All participants joining by phone or computer should mute their devices when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public who is observing rather, knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom and from the 5th floor conference room here in the municipal office building. With that, I call this meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Roll call. Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Townsend?
Here.
Burrows?
Here.
McKiernan?
Here. Thank you. That takes us, I have to get rid of that agenda and get to this agenda. I think our first item of business here is approval of our standing committee minutes from 2 different meetings, the meeting of February 7th and the meeting of March 7th, both of 2022. Is there a motion for action on those minutes?
You need 2 separate motions.
I'll ask Wendy, do we need 2 separate?
It's in one item, so if you want to do it by one vote, you can do it that way, or you can separate it as a
Unless there is a reason to separate them, let's consider them as one.
Stites District 7, motion to approve both February 7th and March 7th.
Burrows, second.
Fantastic. We have a motion and a second to approve those minutes as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you, committee. That takes us into our committee agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution adopting procedures for redistricting commissioner districts. I'll recognize Mr. Jeff Conway of the legal department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Again, Jeff Conway, legal. And I just wanted to give you a brief overview of where we're at right now in the process, and then explain why we have this action item before you in this form of this resolution. So there's 3 interrelated pieces going on here. One is the legislature has a duty every 10 years to redistrict the congressional and the legislative districts, and they have done that this legislative session. There is a local responsibility. The election commissioner has the task of redrawing the precinct lines within the county, and then that's submitted to the Secretary of State for approval, and that would set the precinct maps. And once the precinct maps are set, then the commissioners can then redraw the districts within the county. So as you can see, those are all 3 different levels of authority there, but they are interrelated in some way. So let's move to the first slide. And as you can see, as you can see, that this is a state statute that essentially says after 1992 that the precincts shall be arranged so that no precinct lies in more than one legislative district. So when the legislature redraws their districts, that could mess up our precincts. So we have to change our precincts to adjust to the new legislative lines. This is the statute that sets that priority. So in the next section, you can see the UG code in 2-53. And I think later on, we have one more crack at setting the precinct lines, and that'll be towards the end of the year. And I think while we're doing that, we might want to rewrite this particular paragraph. But for now, it says in July of the year after completion of the decennial federal census, and then there's some surplusage language. It basically says that you're to reestablish the district boundaries in accordance with requirements of federal, state law, et cetera. And then, so that's why we're here in July doing this now with this resolution, because it says that there's a duty to put together the procedures. And the second piece of that is that the commission shall certify those boundaries by December 31st of the same year. So you may say, hey, this is kind of late. It's 2022. Why are we doing that? Well, this particular time, it happened to work out that the census was in 2020. It was a little bit late. It lapped over into 2021. And then once that was done, then the legislature, by state law, can only take up the redistricting in years ending in 2. So that meant that got pushed into 2022. And then therefore we have to wait and see what the lines are so that the election commissioner can redo the precincts. And with the new precincts, then you can build your commissioner districts. And I hope I didn't lost anybody with all of that, but if that makes sense, that's how all those pieces fit together. Okay. So the next slide, I just kind of wanted to show you when you lay it out on a timeline, what it looks like. So first of all, the statutes have what I call just freezing periods. They have a period where you cannot, except for very extraordinary circumstances, you cannot touch the precincts or redraw the precincts. We were in one of those at the beginning of the year. And this particular one, it shows that the language I cited, the period started in January of 2017. It actually says something like years ending in 7 or something like that. But for our purposes, it was 2017, extending all the way to when the legislature finished redistricting in 2022, or in years ending in 2. So we had to wait a long time. Even if we wanted to come up with some new precincts, we couldn't during this period where it was frozen in place. So the next slide, there's also requirements going on here that we have a very short window in which to we shall reestablish the precinct boundaries. And this is an odd statute, and it basically says that once in the years where there's redistricting going on, you have not less than 45 days after the legislature has redistricting, or June 10th, whichever occurs first, the precinct boundary shall be reestablished. So I put out the dates there. May 18th is when the Kansas Supreme Court essentially put the nail in the coffin as far as what was redistricting this year. And the Secretary of State interprets, when they talk about legislative redistricting, they interpret that to mean legislative and congressional. So the Kansas Supreme Court took both of those matters up at the same time and issued their opinion on the same day. So that was May 18th. And so because it was before June 10th, that meant that June 10th was the next piece. And we didn't use that 45 days after redistricting, which push it into July sometime. So June 10th became our key date there. And then there's another statute on the next slide that shows you can't, and this is another one of those frozen periods, you can't touch the precincts during the election period, which makes sense. But they define the election period as 4 months before the primary all the way through the general election. And I'm going to go to the next slide, and that shows you what the problem is. So you see there's a period up above, we couldn't touch the precincts. There's a period during the election period, we couldn't touch the precincts. And there's a period where we had to change the precincts. And if you see a little bit of overlap there, that's the problem. So the best we could do, and I've been trying to think about what's the easiest way to explain this. If you've ever, my hometown's on the Missouri River, and it's between Nebraska and Iowa. And as you know, over the years, the river will bend and move and things like that. And you're not creating any new land. It just is which side of the border is it going to be on? And it's kind of the same thing with this. The legislature changed the legislative lines. And so now it's out of whack with our precinct map. It didn't create anything new. It just meant now this precinct or a portion of it is now on the other side of the line, and we have to correct that. And because we had such a short window, the best we could do was, and I call them nooks and crannies, all those little odd places that were out of whack. The election commissioner just decided to create new precincts to account for those little nooks and crannies. So they came up with about 33 or 34 new precincts that look almost like partial precincts. And that'll get us through this election, through the primary and general election this year, to get us to that general election date there. And then their intention is to collapse it back down so it looks a little bit more like your typical precinct map right after that, which doesn't formally give us much time between, say, November 9th and when we have to nail it down on December 31st. So we probably need to look at how to redraw the new districts with informal maps between now and then. And then once the general election is over, then we could work with formal maps, but by that time it might be all done. So that's where we're at. And that leads us to the new resolution that's in front of you. I took the resolution from 10 years ago, and so it's very, very similar because, why reinvent the wheel? And I also wanted to get the benefit of precedent. So it looks very similar to the old one. And it just kind of lays out the authority, and then it lays out what the commission wants to do. And so it sets it up as the staff would put together some options for the commission. This is from 10 years ago, September 1st. Now, the problem is the election staff is fairly busy right now, and they'd have to work hand in glove with our mapping people and all of that type of thing. They're saying that they may not be able to meet the September 1st date with some options to present to the commission. So we may have to push that out just a little bit, maybe into October or something. And then the second piece is I wanted to reiterate, this is in the code, but that's the second page, and these are the standards by which we will draw the new maps for the precincts. And that's been in the code for quite some time. There's a 2% plus or minus that is fairly rigorous, but I guess we've been able to meet it in the past, and that's the goal, to meet it here too. So that's really what's going on. Here's the resolution. We're passing it in July. It'll be fast tracked to the full commission meeting on Thursday. And if anything goes wrong, we still have another chance to pass it in July at the second full commission meeting. But our intent is to do it in the first one and get it done and get the process moving. Let's see. I think there's one other Well, no, I think I'll just, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Questions from the committee, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Thank you. I know it's a difficult task. We were mandated by the state to do this after the legislature. Just to summarize, if I may, precincts that were drawn by the redistricting that occurred within the state, it will be the same precincts and everything that carry right on through the general election. Nothing's changing for the new legislators at this, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. After the redistricting occurred on the state side, those precincts that have been established are being taken care of by our local election commissioner as new little precincts, whether it be 2 blocks or a block and a half, whatever it may, to address that land issue that you gave us an example. After the general election, then we as a commission will determine the new precincts with the election commissioner to determine what we're doing next election cycle for our elections as we move forward, or for the commission elections moving forward. Now, will they go off the 168,000 census number that the legislature went with? Will they be going off the same number?
The same number, and in a way, the setting of the precincts is really a function of the election commissioner's office and the Secretary of State, and they do the map and they send it off. So to that extent, the setting of the precincts won't involve the commission very much at all. They'll set that up, but once the precincts are set in place, then the commissioners will use those precincts to start building the districts, because the districts are basically, you add the precincts together and cluster them, and that becomes your district.
And just for the committee's sake, having gone through this process just recently, that 2% variance is a very tight variance, which is fortunate for the electorate. But the census will be divided, the total will be divided by 10.
By 8.
By 8, okay.
Right.
I just didn't know if the at-large was going to be part of that and determined that it was going to be cut in half evenly. So it's going to be done by 8, and then that 8 total will be divided by half for the at-large.
Correct.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments from the committee? I think what Mr. Conway has presented is fairly straightforward. Seeing no other questions, or Commissioner Burrows?
No, this is an action item.
It is an action item.
I make a motion, move forward with the approval of Mr. Conway's presentation.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve this item as submitted. I'll just ask the clerk if there was any correspondence received related to this item.
No comments were received.
And I'll just ask if anyone here online or in the room would like to comment on this item regarding redistricting. Don't see any hands nor anyone walking forward. So if you would call the roll, please.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Vote is
Thank you,
5.
Mr. Conway, not only for what you've done so far, but for what we're about to do.
Okay, thank you.
That then takes us to item number 2 on our committee agenda tonight, and those are land bank option applications. We do have a very full agenda tonight. I know that the majority of these applications were received and were queued up 2 months ago before we put a temporary pause on considering these applications. We have brought all of those back for our agenda tonight. One of the reasons that the mayor caused for a short pause was so that we could get our land bank review process up and running again. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Davis, who is heading that review process and who can give us a little bit of insight into how it's going to evolve, and then hopefully how we continue to do the work of the committee even as that goes forward. Commissioner Davis?
Thank you so much, Chair. Before I begin, I do want to make it very, very known that the removal of these items was an initiative that was from the mayor's office, was not necessarily in cooperation with the Board of Commissioners. So we were not giving a yay or nay. There was not a vote. there's not a public hearing on that. Commissioner Ramirez had brought it up in our last meeting. So I just wanted everyone in the room and everyone that's listening to know that. I have convened a group of commissioners that are interested in this particular conversation, and I'm calling it the Land Bank Policy Review Discussion Group. And so I'll be chairing that. Commissioner Bynum, Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Markley will all be members of this group, and Commissioner McKiernan has agreed to be a substitute. And so in case one of us is unable to attend, he will be kept aware. Because the land bank parcels are in majority, they're in the majority districts of 1 and 4. I am communicating with and kind of sending updates as appropriate to Commissioners Johnson and Commissioner Townsend while we get this process going. The other thing is when we officially meet, we will have appropriate representation from staff as necessary. And so, of course, Mr. Knapp, Catherine Carter, Economic Development Director, Laverne Murray from the Mayor's Office, of course, Mindy Green is here with us. And I'll also be looking for representatives from Planning Public Works, and I would love to get someone from BPU as well to serve. Right now, the focus of this particular policy discussion review is really on our community. We are not meeting or convening right now. We really want to hear from you all first before we begin looking at areas of reform. All of the sessions that I'm about to name will be happening between 6:30 and 7:30, and more formal communication from the unified government is forthcoming. On Tuesday, August 16th at Beatrice Lee Community Center, 6:30, we will have a listening session. Tuesday, August 23rd, Eisenhower Community Center, 6:30 will be our second. Tuesday, September 7th, in Argentine for the Joey Mayo Community Center at 6:30 will be our third. And then we'll have an online community listening session. I'll be leading all of them, so commissioners don't worry about it. But I have asked my colleagues if they are able to come and attend in some capacity. Would be great. Our goal is to really hear from the community before we start making these decisions. Again, I want to say everyone in our community, we want to hear from you. We really try to be strategic about the geography of where these meetings are happening, as well as the time and the date. Once we hear back from the community, we have kind of a list of recommendations of what we should look into for change. We'll have our first meeting, and that will probably be mid-September to October. Beyond that, I have nothing else to share. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, for heading this up. The Land Bank has done great work up until this point in terms of returning land bank parcels to their highest and best use, supporting the community. We hope to refine and even improve that good work through this review process. So I really appreciate Commissioner Davis stepping up and taking a leadership role in this regard. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Judd Knapp, who is our land bank manager, and he's going to lead us through these. Mr. Knapp, I'll take your recommendation, but it appears that these are dissimilar enough option applications. We may end up taking them as much as one by one. Is that correct?
I would say items A1 through 9 can be voted on as one. There's no, staff didn't have any comments, Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have any comments, and they all meet zoning. So.
All right, so what we'll do is Mr. Knapp will present A1 through A9, and then we as a commission will decide whether or not, as a committee rather, we'll decide whether or not we want to handle those all with one vote or if we want to split any of the applications out. Mr. Knapp?
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so for today, we got 15 single-family homes, 19 multifamily units, 1 commercial, 2 garages, and 4 property transfers for a grand total of 41. We'll start with the single-family homes. We have 15 of them. The first one is at 1716 Southwest Boulevard. It does meet the zoning of R1, and staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board do not have any comments on this one. The second one is at 3224 North 44th Terrace. That's and also 3224R North 44 Terrace. The second one is an unbuildable lot that we could include with this deal. This does also meet the zoning. They're going to build a 3-bed, 2-bath house, and there was no comments from staff or the Land Bank Advisory Board. The third one is at 2610 North 57th Street. It's for a single-family home. It does meet zoning, and I do have to say, Mark Roth has 3 applications that they're in the same general area, but they're far enough on the map. I can't include them all. So. And staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have a comment on this one. The next one's at 5711 Yecker Avenue. It does meet zoning of R1, and this is for a 3-bed, 2-bath house. And staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have a comment on this one either. The third one for Mark Roth is 2725 North 59th Street. Staff and Land Bank Advisory Board, no comments on that one. The next one, there's the requesting 3 land bank lots at 2922 through 2910 North 30th Street. Again, staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have a comment on these. Next one's at 3509 Lusk Drive. It's zoned R1 and it meets the zoning. The next one's at 840 Ann Avenue and 925 Ann Avenue for 2 single-family homes on each of those lots. These will need a narrow lot review because the lots are under 50 feet. The last one, A9 here, is at 812 South 10th Street. It does meet zoning of R2, and staff and Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have a comment on this one. So, Commissioner, that completes A1 through 9.
Thank you. So for the members of the committee, we have A1 through A9 that are up for consideration. Any comments or questions for Mr. Knapp on any of these items? Don't see any hands raised among members of the committee. So what I'll do is I'll ask the clerk if we received any correspondence related to any of these items, A1 through A9.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll ask if anyone who is attending this meeting online would like to make public comment regarding any of these applications, A1 through A9. Don't see any hands going up among the attendees. I'll ask if anybody who was here in the 5th floor conference room with us would like to make public comment on any of these applications, A1 through A9, as Mr. Knapp just presented. Don't see anyone getting up here in the room to come to the podium. I'll ask the committee if there is a motion for these items.
Commissioner Davis, motion to approve.
Commissioner Burrows, second.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second to approve items 2A1 through 2A9. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you so much, committee. That takes us to item 810. Mr. Knapp.
All right, so they're requesting 7 land bank lots. 2 homes will be built at 1914 to 1926 North 6th Street. That's a total of 150 feet of frontage there. So they're going to have a frontage of 75 feet per home. The second home is going to be built, the third home is going to be built across the street at 1927 through 1931 North 6th Street. Here's some renderings of what the house could possibly look like. Here's some examples of houses that they've already built in Kansas City, Missouri. The builder has 45 years of experience. They built single-family homes, condominiums, and shopping strip malls, and they built 30 homes for Habitat for Humanity. The plan is to build 3 to 4 beds, 2.5 baths, 2,000 square feet. They will need a narrow lot review because these lots are in the Northeast area master plan in that land use category. With the Northeast area master plan, there is 2 land uses here. There is the lower medium density residential, which has single family homes as approved building types, and medium higher density residential that also has single family houses. So it meets the Northeast area master plan. That concludes this item, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I do have one question. The narrow lot review, even though the applicant is proposing to combine parcels into lots that are not narrow, they would still need to go through the narrow lot review because of the location?
Yes, because of the Northeast area master plan. I'm not sure which one it is, the lower medium density or medium higher density residential, but one of those triggers the narrow lot review. They have to do it.
Okay, but each of these homes as presented would have a 75-foot front.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Committee, any comments or questions for Mr. Knapp on this application? Don't see any hands. I do see a hand. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had asked in the May meeting that these applications be held over. I don't know if the developer is present, but since I guess it's been 2 months now, some of the questions and concerns I raised at the May have been addressed. I would like to know, is the developer present?
They are here, and if you'd like, they can come forward to the microphone if you have questions you'd like to ask.
Okay, yeah, I have 1 or 2.
All right, gentlemen, if you could come up to the microphone, press the button on the base of the microphone to make sure the little green ring is lit up. And then if you would just take a moment to give us your name and your city of residence just for the record, and then we'll wait for Commissioner Townsend.
My name is Clinton White. I represent Communities Cares, and I'm a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, actually.
My name is Kel.
Thank you
My
so
name
much.
is Kel James, and I have Community Development Concepts, a development company out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Great.
And we also have Mr. Roosevelt Williams of Simpson Enterprise.
You would just lean a little bit closer to that microphone.
Okay.
So that we make sure it's on the Zoom.
And we also have another associate.
Roosevelt Williamson of Kansas City, Missouri.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. Commissioner Townsend, we have 3 representatives here. So if you have questions, you can direct them whenever you're ready.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for your interest in crossing the line, crossing the river. Mr. White, Mr. James, Mr. Williams, Mr. Roosevelt. I hope I got all those correct. Forgive me if I didn't. I understand that you all have history in development in Kansas City, Missouri. Mr. Knapp shared some of those with me. One of the questions we always get is these representations of how these homes will look. So do you have, let's say, do you have any more to say about these representations for the proposal that you bring before us tonight? Also gives a ballpark of what the intended price points will be.
So the representations are a more modern, contemporary look, bringing the middle class to a more modern state of look with the builds that we want to do. We don't just want to build these we plan to hopefully continue to partner with you and move forward with multiple lots. And so we don't want to put if you will, a sore thumb right in the middle of, nothing that's there right now. We want to try to continue to develop that area, but bringing it to a more modern, contemporary look as you redevelop the area. We saw earlier today that you had a plan for an apartment building that's going to have a more modern, contemporary look. And as you go through with that, with the colors and things like that, we want to partner up with you on that to make sure that it's meeting the standards and requirements that your community is needing. And we've talked to some in the community and try to meet with that and also have directed you to areas where some of our other partners have developed. I don't know if you know of the Beacon Hill area. We have one of the builders that is possibly going to partner up with us that did some builds over in that area. And so that's what we're trying to bring on this side of the water. And then also with the price point, right now with the way that inflation has gone over the last 2 years, we actually, if you will, entertained this about 3 years ago. We wanted the development to be in a partnership with the family of Mr. Parker, Charlie Parker. His family has some lots over here, and we attempted to approach you guys about 3 years ago before they lost the lots to you in that area to try to partner with them and make this development kind of name it after his name and give the family some, if you will, something to look forward to in the future of that development with some parks and other things like that. But as we move forward, we're just trying to get our foot in the door, and the price point will be somewhere around the 250 area with the way the inflation goes and stuff like that, which now is close to what would be considered affordable housing right now.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Townsend, other questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. White, Mr. James, the other gentleman there, you want to speak briefly to how long you have been doing this on the other side of the river, your length of time in this area, in these types of projects on the Missouri side.
Hello, this is Mr. James, and I'd be considered a senior in the group. And I've been, my father was one
Sir, if I could ask you just lean in just a little bit closer to that microphone.
Okay, I come from a family where my father was one of the first
A little bit closer still.
first Black real
There we
estate agents in the state of California. And from that, we got into development in the state of California and new houses in Fremont, California, community projects, including dealing with the Watts Tower area and community development. I've lived in Houston 3 times, all in development. The first African-American to ever obtain HUD slots in Houston, and also made history in different ways with the product that we produce. Produced single-family dwellings in Georgia in the Kirkwood area. And an assortment of other things. So all my life, I've been in real estate and development. That's Mr. James.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
Roosevelt Williamson. And my contribution has been in getting financing for some of the jobs that we have done and making sure that all the work is complete in a way that it will pass inspections and so forth and so on. And I've been doing this for 15 years plus.
Okay. I didn't really mean to belabor it. I was just really asking for the length of time maybe you've been on the Missouri area, because people in this area could more easily go and see what you've already done. So but I am familiar with the Beacon Hill area and what's been done over there in the last, 10, 15 years. So I do appreciate that.
Mr. Townsend?
Yes, sir.
Forgive the interruption, but we'd be happy to resubmit some data that Mr. Knapp has that has links to different properties that have been rehabilitated in the Missouri area, where people can not only go see them, but you can look at them on Zillow. And I would resubmit that to Mr. Knapp upon the conclusion of this meeting.
Great. Well, I appreciate again your interest. This process is really about trying to see if what you're proposing would work over the next year. So I would move to approve these applications as submitted. What's affordable for one may not be for another, but you know, that's yet to be determined. You know, if you go forward with this, there may be changes and design and all of that. But at this juncture, it's about the yes or no of moving this forward. So my motion is to approve these as submitted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner Stites, did you have a question or comment?
Commissioner Stites, District 7. First off, I want to say, gentlemen, thank you for showing up and waiting. It's been a long night. I know you've seen y'all sitting there for a while. This is exactly what this land bank was set up to do. For you guys to come in and build on 3 homes on lots that that folks are going to be able to move into on vacant lot, get it back on the tax rolls, and get folks nice quality housing in downtown. And I look forward to, after these 3 are up and sold, that you guys are coming back to us with, as long as they meet all the expectations that we as a governing body have, that we can continue a relationship with you all and move forward with additional ones. And with that being said, I'll make the motion to second.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
I echo everything my colleague just said. Thank you all for being here. Thank you everyone for being here, waiting through the first standing committee meeting. But I really hope that you all come back. We want infill housing. We want to develop Wyandotte County in a way that is, yes, equitable, just, and fair. But we also need homes. We have a housing stock that is currently very limited. And so the opportunity is wide open. I hope to see you all at more meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a motion and a second, but before we get to a vote, I'll just ask the clerk if we received any correspondence regarding this particular application.
No comments were received.
I'll ask if anyone attending with us online would like to offer any additional public comment regarding this application. I see no hands being raised. I'll ask if anyone else who is here with us in the room would like to offer public comment on this application. And I see no one getting up to come to the podium. So with a motion and a second, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows. McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item is approved. And that then moves us on to item number 2, letter B, multifamily. Mr. Name.
Yes, so this is 1620 North 75th Drive. They plan to build 4 units. It is zoned RP5, so it does meet zoning. This is a different looking parcel. You can see that there's a creek running through it. It does have multifamily just to the east of it. I'm going to go into the staff's comments of why this lot probably looks like that. And so their building details is they're going to have 4 units. Each unit be 2 beds, 1 bath, 1,200 square feet, and they estimate their rent to be $950. The staff comments, the creek would require the state and federal permits to build, and the sidewalks and trails master plan requires a 10-foot wide trail built following the creek. They need to build it off Oakland Avenue, and this lot could be very difficult to build and may be unbuildable. I did share this with the applicant. They still want to try to build on the lot. So, Commissioner, that completes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I do, for the benefit of the committee, I do notice that the applicant is with us online. So if we have questions or comments for the applicant, that is possible. Any comments or questions from the committee regarding this application? I would just say, in regard to Mr. Knapp's comments about some of the challenges that the applicant may encounter in trying to make this happen. That's really the whole purpose of the option, is to give the applicant control of that property, although not ownership, enough control to allow them to move forward to determine whether or not they can actually make it happen as they envision. I'll ask the clerk if we received any correspondence regarding this application.
No comments were received.
I'll ask if there's anyone who's attending with us online who'd like to make public comment regarding this application. Seeing no hands raised, I'll ask if there's anyone here present in the room who'd like to make public comment regarding this application. I see no one coming forward to the podium.
Stites District 7, motion to approve as submitted.
David, second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bailing me out. I had to go back in the memory banks. Did they already say motion or not?
Motion by Commissioner Stites, second by Commissioner Davis. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5 to
Thank you
0.
so much. The second time tonight, Commissioner Stites has had to remind me to pay attention. All right. So, that takes us to item B2. Mr. Knapp.
All right, so this is at 101 Brown Avenue. They currently own 3061 Parkwood Boulevard. It's an apartment building. They're requesting to build a parking lot. The staff comments on this one was to vacate the KDOT right-of-way, replat it as one parcel, and then rezone it to R5, and then they will need to build a sidewalk on Brown Avenue. So Commissioner, that completes my presentation on this item.
Okay, so we're looking at 1001 Brown Avenue, correct?
I can't read tonight. That's the second time.
Well, luckily, we all have Commissioner Stites here. They have our backs. It's just to keep us, on the up and up. So, any comments or questions from members of the committee? I do see.
Commissioner Townsend.
Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Knapp, help me out. Okay, the 1001 is the requested parcel. 3061 is already owned by the requester. And the staff comments say between 1001 and 3061, they recommend building a sidewalk that would get them to, what is it, they want a driveway?
They actually just want to vacate the right away that's there and build the sidewalk connecting and make it one parcel, and then build a sidewalk connecting the parking lot to the apartment buildings.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. So the 1001 would be connected by a sidewalk and parking area to the 3061 property.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, move to approve the application is submitted.
Thank you. There is a motion. I do see that the applicant has joined us and has her hand raised in the attendees. If the applicant does wish to address the committee, that would be, looks like we're making that happen right now. And if the applicant would unmute yourself on your end, just give us your name, your city of residence for the record, and then you can make any comments you'd like.
I don't know. Am I on?
You are.
Hi, I'm Tina Stone. I just wanted to let you guys know that I was here and available for any questions. That's all.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Townsend has made a motion to approve this item as submitted.
Stites District 7, second.
Fantastic. There is a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Just to make sure that we allow for public comment, ask the clerk to receive any comment, any communication regarding this application.
No comments were received.
I'll ask if there's anyone who's attending with us on Zoom who'd like to make a public comment on this application. See no other hands going up. I'll ask if there's anyone here in the room who would like to make public comment regarding this application. And I see no one moving forward. There has been a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp.
And our next application is requesting 8 land bank lots for, to build 15 unit townhomes and an urban orchard and garden. It is zoned RP5, so it does meet the zoning. Here's a listing of where the townhomes will go is at 835 Parallel Avenue through 830 Troop Avenue. And then the garden and orchard at 843 and 851 Parallel Avenue. It's a garden and orchard because it's in the Northeast Area Master Plan as parks and open space. So that's why they elected to put a garden and orchard over there. This is a rendering of the front of the building. There is a diagram of how the units will lay out on the lots there. You see on Mill Street, there's 12 units facing Mill Street. And on Parallel Avenue, there's 3 facing it. This is a view of the back of the building. So the garages are facing the alley, so you will not see this from the front. The building details is each one's going to be 2-bed, 1.5 bath, 895 square feet. And the parking's in the rear. They plan to build it in 18 months. These lots will need a narrow lot review, and the narrow lot review doesn't allow for flat roofs, so that would require them to change their plan or get a variance. The Land Bank Advisory Board groundwork NRG is not in support of this project because it's not been vetted by the neighborhood group. I do have to say this project is in an area where there isn't a neighborhood group. So Groundworks is kind of the neighborhood group there. Here's the Northeast Area Master Plan where it's in the lower medium density residential. And townhomes is an allowed building type. And I circled parks and open space too, because Commissioner, that concludes my presentation on this.
Thank you. I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had asked back in our May meeting to have this put aside for more discussion about the project. And I did have a discussion with counsel who represents the builder with regard to, is this an owner rent project? It's ownership intended. The price point, I think, was about the $150,000 range. Other areas where the builder had built. And there is one of the newest, it probably is the newest neighborhood group in District 1 that operates or meets not far from this area at the church. And I spoke with the president following that May meeting. And I also spoke with Council Mr. Peterson, who I believe I see in the attendee list, and put those people together. The president of the Caring Neighbors group was very interested in the project. So I would defer to Mr. Peterson if he wanted to add anything. But as my colleague had said earlier tonight, this process is exactly meant to give builders an opportunity to see if they can put into the community housing betterments than what we currently have now. Having said that, I don't believe anything is better than an empty lot, but I believe in this case, this application is worthy of going forward. And I would encourage Mr. Peterson, well, I'll let him speak to whether or not he was able to get in touch with the president of the local neighborhood group, but I did speak with her and she was encouraged by this. So I would move to support this application, move it along.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So there is a motion. I do see that Mr. Peterson is with us on the meeting, the call, the Zoom. Mr. Peterson, if you have anything you'd like to add, you certainly may at this time.
Mr. Chairman, Kurt Peterson, on behalf of Walt Eisen Forms, the applicant, I will say this, I get excited about this. And as Commissioner Townsend, she's polite for not referencing this. I have about 60 slides that I made her go through, a few of them. And I get very excited about this particular developer and their building type, but I'm going to stay mum right now and wait to see if there are questions. And otherwise, obviously, am encouraged by Commissioner Townsend's, moving towards a motion. So.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you for being with us and sticking it out until this point of the evening. I'll ask if there are other comments or questions from members of the committee and recognize Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only question I would have is to Judd, is the 843 and 851 parallel, that's a large corner lot. Are we going to, that's a large buildable lot versus the smaller lots on the other side of the street? I would think that the project would fit better on 843 or 851, but are we going to take position that we're going to start doing buildable lots and giving them away as community gardens and orchard areas? And if we should choose to do that, should we look at a policy that says that they can't be changed within the first 20 years of the project for additional buildings or something like that? I'm just curious why we are giving away a large buildable tract of ground that would house a development, 843 and 851, to a garden and or an orchard when there's a need for housing in that area.
Commissioner, this is in the Northeast area. Master plan has parked and open space. So that's why it was submitted by the developer like that. So they're in accordance with the Northeast area master plan of their land use map.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Commissioner Burrows makes a good point. I do remember during our discussion back in May of this, that was brought up. So I don't want anyone to think that this is the start of going down a bad road here, because when you look at it, it looks like the 843 is almost as large as the areas where they've asked to build. So I would have to go back to Mr. Peterson to see if they are open to building something there. Maybe we could talk about amending this later, but I remember the discussion about the orchard and the space back in May. So do you have any comments for us in that regard, Mr. Peterson?
This is Kurt Peterson. Commissioner Judd is right that we were really following the master plan and being responsive to the plan that's in place. There was going to be a community asset that we were going to put in that would be open to everyone if it wasn't already obvious from Judd's kind of opening remarks. But I will say this, the 3 buildings that we're proposing to build on the right side of the screen there, the east side, we intend to prove really the worth of these and helping get people into homes that are extremely durable and energy efficient and all that, and hope that this is one of many phases. So that's my way of saying, if it was the committee and ultimately the commission's desire that there's more of that across the street, I would, confer with the developer offline, but I would be shocked if they weren't excited about the opportunity as a subsequent phase.
Okay. One thing I want to say too, when we get these types of amenities, my concern is when everything is new and shiny, what happens 2-3 years, down the road about upkeep of orchards, gardens, and that type of thing. So I still believe the plan is worthy of moving on, but with the heads up about this space and these gardens and that type of thing. But again, I think that's what these option periods are good to vet out. So thank you, Commissioner Burrows, for the, just the heads up again. But I do remember that discussion from May, and I think I may have expressed some concern then about upkeep of something like that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll recognize Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. Yeah, I hope these renderings, I know you said that the the flat roofs are not approved. I hope that changes the whole look of these because I hate them. They're ugly. But that being said, so going back to this orchard and green space and community garden area, and I think that this will go back to like what we talk about, retention and detention ponds. You know, they're okay whenever they're put in and they're new, shiny and new, like Commissioner Townsend said. But then 3 years from now, when they're all grown up and there's trash, who's taking care of that now? Is that going to be something that the developer is going to put in, that they'll maintain this for a period of time, or is it just going to be put in and forgotten about after this project's built?
Chairman, would you like me to respond to Mr. Stites?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Stites, this is a maintenance provided development, and that would be common area that would be part of the maintenance.
Well, that's a good answer.
Commissioner Burrows. Thank you. And Kurt, Commissioner Burrows, I'm pleased to hear that. So I have to understand that if it's going to be part of the development, I would assume that there would be infrastructure like water, sidewalk, or some kind of gazebo or hard structure that would allow for storage of tools that will be maintained on the property. That's what I'm kind of getting at, that it's not going to stay vacant and not have any development and then come back to the city for additional approval or come back to us as a means of maintenance. So I'm just kind of curious as to, that's a pretty large sum of property right there. It almost fits the whole thing. I'm excited about the project. I really am. I could go with 851, but both of those are a pretty good chunk of land. And I would hope that there's going to be some kind of infrastructure in there, like watering, drainage, something along those lines.
So your intuition is right, that our intention was those sorts of details would be necessary, would be worked out through the planning process, which, as you know, follows us getting the option in place for the property. But I'll repeat what I said before. I probably was a little soft, Mr. Chairman, the way I said it. Let me say it this way. The master plan called for this, and we wanted to please the commission. This is something that makes these housing units more expensive, both upfront, right, to put all of that in, and then in the long run for the maintenance that these residents will pay, these owners will pay. So if it's really a majority of the ultimately the commission, this recommending body, and then the commission that would like to see more units there, we're certainly not standing in the way of that initial thought you had. But I did try to address what you just said. If it is a garden and an orchard, it would be common maintenance, and all the details such as water and sidewalk would be worked out through the planning process.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peterson, I thought I heard you say that the orchard, let's talk about the 843 space and the 851 would be the responsibility of the owner as an amenity, but it would drive up the cost to the properties at 835, et cetera. I would like to see in this planning something that would keep down the cost. We want people to purchase and be residents and be productive and make it at a price point where they can come in and enjoy, the new buildings. But I hope in the planning process, let me ask this, what about 851? What if only that was the orchard area and more buildings could be added to 843? I know that's not what is before us, but based on what I'm hearing.
You have a developer, Commissioner, that would really go with the will of this body and the ultimate commission. They are so excited to put this product into the for sale market that they're going to go with whatever you all prefer. And again, the ultimate vote of the entire commission.
Commissioner Burrows.
Well,
Go ahead, Commissioner Townsend.
no, go ahead, Commissioner.
That's my train of thought. What I'd like to do is see us keep 843 open for additional development. If the houses are successful in drawing the population that I think we can, start invigorating that area, that's a corner lot that could house another 9, 10 homes. And 851 would be a community garden or whatever, but that's over 3/4 of a block that's given to an orchard and to a garden. I would just encourage the builder to give strong consideration to get the support of this commission to give 843 consideration for additional housing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do a little bit more following the longer I look at this, the 843 section and how much it is compared to how much space we're talking about, possible buildable space. What I'd like to do is withdraw my previous motion and make a new one. So I won't have to fool with amendments. So I am officially withdrawing my previous motion and I move to approve the request for these lots with the exception of 843 with the proviso that the builder is free to come back. I'd want to see them come back and say, yes, we can put 2 more units there, 3 more units there. I am uncomfortable, as I think more in the long game, about just this open space, not really used to be supportive of what we all want to see here, and that's actually more development. 851, let me withdraw this. This is getting messy. I move to approve the applications with the exception of 843 and 841 for the purposes described for the parks. And request that council go back to those individuals for the purpose of seeing if the builder would consider more buildings in that area.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you're withdrawing and you're asking to move everything except 843 and 851 to hold those.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, with the for the use as a park. But I am asking in this motion that the council go back to his client and see if they will consider that. I am not at this point willing to move forward on that. However, I don't want at this point someone else to come in and make application for that lot, those lots. That would not be fair to this builder either. So I would want to see all of these move forward with the exception of the lot 843 and 851 and give the builder another month to come back with a yes or no on that.
Commissioner Burrows, at-large District 2, second.
And Commissioner Davis, did you have a comment on this application?
Thank you, Chair. Council, you look like you're about to say something, so you say what you need to say, and I can.
I was just ready to step in to correct the address, but I'm guessing after what you are getting ready to say,
Okay.
you may have to say something.
Okay.
So you go first.
So for these, from our land bank policy, ironically, if we amend these particular motions, that changes the details of the option agreement, correct?
It could, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. So I would like, I don't, I'm looking at the master plan. I don't have an axe to grind against orchards and gardens like everybody else, but I would like for us to make sure that we're offloading these 2 properties and not return them back to the land bank. And maybe if we could just if we just want to ask or at least leave the option of townhome, garden, and orchard, leave it up to the discretion of the developer to choose what they want to do, but they still get ownership of 843, 851. That's that, as opposed to having them come back and do this process over again. Why don't we just add the possibility of townhomes, garden, or instead of and, right? So that they can choose what they want to do, but they still have ownership of 851 and 843.
Thank you,
That
Commissioner.
being said, should I make a motion or do you want to?
Well, let's go ahead and let both Commissioner Townsend and Mr. Peterson both want to respond, I think, to that. I would point out to the committee that as I look at these on the map, not on Judd's map, but as I just look on the map, 843 has frontage on Mill Street, but 851 appears to be landlocked in that there is not a street access on any side of it as I read the map. And I don't know if that plays anything. I'll recognize Mr. Peterson to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, not to complicate things, but to move things along, as I'm conferring here with the client. The client is, like I said before, enthusiastic and decades and decades of experience in building this product and can't wait. If the idea, really, Commissioner Davis, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if the idea is, if you have a great developer and a great product, let them get in and take all this ground down, at least under the option. They're willing to put housing, the next phase, turn right around and do the next phase right after the phase on the east side, do a phase on the west side. Again, they were just looking at the master plan. That's how the orchard and the garden came about. So if, again, not to slow Commissioner Townsend down, but if the motion was for all of this ground to be in the option agreement and for housing to be on it, that's what the developer would pursue and would be enthusiastic about that.
Thank you.
It's common maintenance too. I'm sorry, I can't believe I left out a key part. When you do that, there's efficiencies as well for the very, very long term, because this is common maintenance provided. So it allows more units, which you all know, whenever you're doing common maintenance and services, the more units you have, the better deal it is per owner here, per unit owner. So it makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So let me see if I'm getting this. Your client is saying they're okay with making the lot the size of 843 more townhomes, more livable space, as opposed to gardens. Is that it?
And even 851, subject to digging into the details that Commissioner McKiernan, that we're not going to solve on this in this meeting, right, Commissioner McKiernan, but subject to that being buildable, perhaps making that one lot. And then we'd like to build on that as well, Commissioner Townsend. But again, I'll be quiet. You have all the ingredients and you guys can figure out what you want to recommend, but we'd be okay with all of it, 851 and 843 for building purposes.
Okay, well, I guess that's my only, concern, that whatever this motion is now addresses that you came in with the orchard and garden for those two lots, but the builder is willing to build more residents there. So those are the conditions under which I would still move to approve. So let me just withdraw every single motion I've had. I hope this gets to what your client will do. I hope
actually, I think that makes it the most efficient and clean cut of all our possible ways forward.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just drawing every other thing and move to approve these applications, including lots 843 and 851, with the understanding the builder is going to build and build residences and not gardens and orchards. That's it. If it turns out that there may be that 851 is unbuildable, then orchard, garden could be considered. So.
Mr. Sykes?
This is when agreeing with legal first. So if Commissioner Davis was amending the previous motion and he's saying no. So I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, and I just want to clarify here that Commissioner Davis, I'm not anti-orchard. I like orchards and green space. And but I do agree that with those being large buildable lots, that the flexibility of the developer, that we should be giving them that flexibility. Now, I'm sure knowing Mr. Peterson like I do, that he's going to instill with the developer that there is some green space in there and there's a nice area and that the look of these things will change. And so with that being said, I look forward to this project moving forward also. And with that, I'll make a second.
Thank you, Commissioner. There is a motion and a second to approve these applications with the conditions that Commissioner Townsend applied. What I will ask is if there's anyone else who is attending via Zoom who'd like to make a comment regarding this application. I do see that a hand has gone up, and I will recognize Ms. Elnora Jefferson for a public comment. Ms. Jefferson, looks like we should be able to make you, we now have talking permitted. If you could just state your name and city of residence for the record, and then offer your public comment.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. This is Elnora Jefferson of Kansas City, Kansas. And I just have two comments that I want to interject at this point. Number one, on the 15 townhomes, I wrote the information on the price point and I think I followed that discussion. But when I look at these homes, is it possible that there are seniors who live in these other homes? The addition of 15 townhomes may be quite a bit of traffic. I don't also know how many families or how many people can live in a townhome. I guess more succinctly to my point is that I want to suggest that there still be a requirement on the developer's part to do an invite to the surrounding neighbors just to make sure that there is some human compatibility. As a bricks and mortar is one thing, but being able to live together with 15 new things may require some other consideration. And then the second thing is, this would be a question as for the developer is, are there any kind of environmental requirements in terms of soil sampling or for soil contamination? And those are the one's a comment and then the other is a question that I have. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Anyone else attending via Zoom would like to make a comment on this application? I see no other hands being raised. Anyone present here in the room would like to make public comment on this application? I see no one coming forward to the podium. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you so much. Mr. Knapp.
Okay, so the next application, the applicant owns 2310 North 7th Street and 704 Quindaro Boulevard. He wants to open a convenience store / grocery store, but he needs to have 20 parking spaces. So this request is for the neighboring land bank lot at 706 Quindaro Boulevard, so he can turn it into a parking lot so he can open his business. The project is actually not within the boundary of any neighborhood group, but the applicant did meet with the Oak Grove neighborhood group. That neighborhood group did provide me the comments from that meeting. They said it was very positive. The comments they said that they gave me was alcohol will not be sold. And with each pack of cigarettes sold, the buyer will receive a handout of the risk of smoking. So that completes my presentation on this item, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I do know that the applicant is with us online tonight. If anyone has questions or comments for the applicant, I would ask if the committee has any comments or questions regarding this application. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I do not have any questions for the owner, Mr. Chaudhry, whom I met with shortly after our May meeting. I had asked that this be held over. I viewed his establishment that he is rehabbing, as the note said, provided by Mr. Knapp. I talked to him about the possible sale of alcohol. There will be none. I was concerned about trash or people loitering around that very busy corner of 7th and Quindaro, similar to the concerns that the Oak Grove neighborhood had, as well as the other neighborhood group at the end of Parallel headed south that I just referred to, Caring Neighbors. So I was impressed with the renovations that Mr. Chaudhry had already done to the 706 property. And with that, the hours of operation, I think I mentioned, he told me, I think they would be 8 to 8. Mr. Chaudhry, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am supportive of the opportunity for this to go forward, and the land bank property that he seeks, which will also make that corner look better. So I would move to approve this application.
There is a motion and a second to approve this application as submitted. Before we get to the vote, I'll just see if there's any public comment. Ask the clerk if we received any public comment.
No public comment received.
Not. Is there anyone attending online who would like to make public comment regarding this application? I see no hands being raised. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to make public comment regarding this application? I see no one coming forward to the podium. There has been a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, item D.
I've done something.
It does appear that the remote is bewitched.
It's blinking at me. I am a fiddler and I do turn things off, but that did not happen. Lights on. Can I have a little help to advance it?
Slides for Mr. Knapp from the computer workstation.
That was your next slide. Where do you?
Down 3, actually. There we go. All right. All right, so this is a garage application. They're requesting the land bank lot at 1037 Grandview Boulevard. They currently own 1035 Grandview Boulevard. They plan to build a 3-car garage. They do have 25 feet of frontage with this lot. By our definition, it is a buildable lot. Next slide, please. The staff comment on this one is they are not recommending because they believe the lot could be better used for a home. Commissioner, that completes my presentation on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I will say that I do have knowledge. Now, I do know that the applicant is with us online. I do have knowledge of this property, and this is one where I'm going to respectfully disagree with staff. This has been a vacant lot forever and ever and ever and ever. And this applicant has now come in and taken a house that was abandoned, vacant, and an eyesore and a threat to the neighborhood, and is currently rehabbing it. And to the applicant, I want to say thank you for what you are doing. It is making a difference on that lot. If this were to have the lot next door to it and effectively be a 50-foot front, that would be consistent with almost every other property on the south side of the street. All of those over time have expanded from the original 25-foot fronts. And over time, they've acquired additional property, sometimes for yard space, sometimes for garages and additional parking. And given the fact that there's going to be rear entry into this house, I would think that the applicant could put a really neat garage off the alley and still make it very pleasing to the eye from Grandview Boulevard up that terrace. So those are my thoughts and comments. Does any other member of the committee? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a discussion we've had quite a while dealing with land banking. Maybe in Commissioner Davis's committee, they could take into consideration. One of the concerns we had was connecting the garage to the home via breezeway or even a butler room, or whatever it may be, then it becomes part of the residence. And it's not so much a garage, it's an addition. And so I want to support my colleague to the left, Commissioner McKiernan, because I'm all about investment, but we do have a policy that if the lot's buildable. So this would be one of those instances that I will support the chair in his comment, that this is something that I hope the committee would come back with. These lots that are very narrow, that if we can't put a garage on them freestanding, that if they're attached to the home, that they become share a roof line, share commonalities with the home itself, that it becomes part of the home. It may address some of this garage issues that we're dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's a second.
We'll call it effectively a motion. I express my support. I will more than happy turn that into a motion to approve as submitted.
I'll second.
But having said that, I do agree with Commissioner Burrows that we need clarity on this. As I said, this extension becomes consistent with all the other lots on that side of that block. And for that reason, I'm willing to make an exception. But I do think that more guidance from our policy would be beneficial, not only to us, but to everybody who makes an application. So if there's a motion and a second, before we get to a vote on that, unless the clerk, if we received any correspondence regarding this application.
No comment.
I'll ask if there's anyone online who'd like to make public comment related to this application. I don't see any hands going up among the attendees. And then I'll ask if there's anyone here in the room who'd like to make public comment on this application. I see no one coming forward to the podium. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you so much, Mr. Knapp.
Right, so the next one is also a garage application, but this one's in kind of two parts. So 2624 North 21st Street. That is definitely, I can't read again. So 2624 North 24th, my goodness. First, thank you very much, is where the applicant wants the garage to go. But in previous that makes an L-shaped lot, and planning is very against making L-shaped lots. So staff does not recommend approval of that, and the lot can be better used as a for a home again. The second lot there that's highlighted, the 2636R North 21st Street, is an unbuildable lot. It is landlocked. It is a narrow strip that should be an alley in planning's opinion, and they were very adamant that we should not sell this lot and that we should replat this area and make this public right of way and create an alley so this street has alley access from the rear. So so just to sum up all that, the garage application staff is not recommending approval, and for the unbuildable lot, staff strongly recommends that we do not sell that lot and turn it into public right of way. Commissioner, that concludes the presentation on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I don't see the applicant online. Don't know if the applicant or representative is here. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Hang on just a moment. I'll ask if any member of the committee has comments or questions regarding this application. I don't see any comments or questions from the committee. What I'm going to do is ask the applicant if you would come up here to the podium, make sure the little button is pushed and so the ring is green at the bottom of the microphone. And if you just give name and city of residence for the record, and then I just do have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, Keyron Gaskin, 2108 Georgia, and Kansas City, Kansas. And yes, it's me asking for the build of a garage. And far as an alleyway, there is no it's just all condensed wood back there to where the trees are falling and everything. And I've raised up there since I was about 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old, and I'm 49 now, and there's never been housing there. It's just all trees and wood, and they've fallen everywhere. So I was just thinking about beautifying the area, getting me a garage and getting all the brush out of there
So although we may have drawn the lines or platted to put an alley there, there really hasn't been an alley, nor has there been any upkeep of that long strip
Never.
of your house.
Never.
And so clarify your desire to get the 2636, the long narrow property. You would do what with that?
Well, like I said, I wanted to build a garage there and just make it more beautified back there, though, as far as connecting to my land, because it's butted up to my land. I can open that up and put a garage there and clear all that brush out of there, and it'll make the neighborhood more.
So you would put a garage on the long narrow lot?
No, just right in the back of my.
You'd put 2624 would be your garage.
Yes, sir.
That's the L-shaped lot then that planning is not.
Well, he already approved me for 2624, and it's right in the back of Mr. Smith's house right there. But the two right behind 2624, that's where it's all brush like that.
Mr. Knapp, I'm going to need you to clarify for me your original comments on this.
On 2624 is where I was told the garage would go. And that is staff is not recommending for approval on that one.
Okay, so that has not been, staff does not recommend that, nor have we approved that.
That is correct, Commissioner.
2636?
Is staff recommends this be turned into public right of way to create an alley to give rear access to all those houses on those. So staff was very adamant about not selling this lot.
Okay. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So this 2636, how wide is it?
Is not I really don't know in feet, but I know for sure those are people's backyards though, to where this alley won't be able. There's never been an alley there.
I guess one of the things I'm a little bit confused about is that alley. If you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're talking about 6 parcels to the north that you would own this long, I'm gonna call it vacant strip to the north. Now, you had said, I'm gonna rule out 2636. It sounds like you're saying that they have some sort of a plan for right-of-way acquisition or what have you. But 2624, I believe that you had said that they had already approved you.
Yes.
Like what? So who? And
it said they said we could get that 2624, but not the 2636. And we were just trying to get the whole area though. But that was
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, am I to assume that to the north of 2624, those are vacant lots, but they're not?
Yes, that's
they're
where
not
we
land
want.
bank lots.
The ones that are kind of shaded in green, I think it is, are all land bank lots.
So I guess my question would be,
We wanted all that.
And the lot, and
But the
and the two lots that are shaded that have no numbers in it?
Yes.
Well, that's not even on the application.
I might suggest that if, I don't know who's shared with you, Mr. Gaskin, that 2624 could have a garage. I don't know that that's been approved or denied, and I don't want to make that statement here. But if those lots are buildable for homes, and you want those lots, I don't know why we haven't had those come before us for buildable homes. I'm asking, I guess I would ask Judd that I don't know what benefit an alley would do us down through that parcel unless we were going to claim some kind of eminent property and split those other parcels, like you see the green to the left just above the word Georgia, and run it straight through and create all new residences on the frontage there. That's a long, I agree with Mr. Gaskin, that's a long way back to somebody's house.
Yes.
With an alley in there that serves no purpose. So, and
There's still a little strip there
that's
to the east of it
right.
that is not part of 2636 and it's not green. So who owns that?
That
That's
is,
where those it's just poles and wires just running down there.
Utility
Is it
easement.
already utility right away back there?
it is public right of way. Yes.
But it's not a right of way, it's just woods everywhere.
Wow.
And
That's probably why there's no address behind the 2624. Both of those lots there is just brush, trees, they're falling down everywhere.
Chair, I have a
I'm willing to clean that up.
So, Judd, can you help us out here? Are these identifiable parcels? Or are we just, the green squares, right? It's north of 2624, north of 21 or 2108. Like, are these identifiable parcels that are in the land bank, or are they just kind of vacant property that we own that have been unidentified?
they are identified. I mean, they are owned by the land bank and they are available to have homes built on them.
Okay, because I know we don't see any numbers or anything on them, so I wasn't sure what the issue was. Yeah, this starts at Georgia. I'm looking at this on my phone and it goes all the way up to Quindaro. I haven't seen anything in the CMIP that would suggest we would be spending money to put an alley back here. So I don't know where staff or who says
There's no way.
it works. But an alleyway for public money is a non-starter for this, at least for me. That doesn't necessarily mean this couldn't be something else. But yeah, building an alley from Georgia to Quindaro is a non-starter for me.
And as I look at it, it's the logical extension of North 21st Place.
It's 20, yes, correct.
But that ends up making the lots on the east side of this long narrow are very shallow, and the lots on the west side are very, very deep. Mr. Stites.
Stites District 7. So I happen to know a little bit about addressing here. 2624 North 21st. You go to the house to the north of that, that's probably going to be 2626, and then 2620. But anyway, we're getting to 2636. One of those houses on 21st Street is probably 2636.
No.
So is that house that's not colored green, is its address also 2636 North 21st? I don't know how this 2636 becomes a 21st Street address when it's not on 21st Street. unless it's owned by a house that's on 21st Street.
This is Wendy Green from Legal. How they used to do that, sometimes they would label that 2636R for rear north 21st. So that's probably why it has a 21st way back when this was originally done. That's probably what happened. Is it a 2636R? Yes, it is exactly that. So it was, yes, it's 2636R North 21st Street. So it was attached to 21st in the parcel in front of it somehow, way back in the day when it was actually assigned an address.
I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Townsend. Good evening, Mr. Gaskin. The thing that concerns me about the request for 2636, whether an alley goes there or not, is removing even the possibility that people who are to the west of that could have equal access to the rear of their property. That's the thing that disturbs me most of all about this application. That's nice of you, Mr. Gaskin, to want to clean that up. But again, as Commissioner Stites mentioned and Councilor Green mentioned, this 2636R, what about the option of whoever that homeowner is in the middle of that block in 21st to go to the rear of their property? That's the thing that concerns me about this application. So I don't know at this point that I could support that. And again, Mr. Gaskin, you mentioned someone told you could get 2624. You already had it or something. I'm not concerned. I'm not understanding that either.
I've never had it. I was just told that we would be able to get that 2624 and put a garage there. But you see the green shaded in the back of 2624. We wanted that where it's just a lot of trees and stuff like that.
Is Mr. Knapp, is 2624 buildable?
Commissioner, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, does any other member of the committee have any comments or questions regarding this application? Before we get Commissioner Davis.
So I think this is something to consider. I don't know what was going through the mind of the person that drew up 2636, but whoever comes before us to own that for whatever purpose runs up to the same problem that we're doing with now, which is you now own property that is considered the backyard of somebody else's property. And so even if that property owner kind of in the middle on the east side were to get 2636, theoretically you run into the same problem for all of the other homeowners that are impacted by this. All of that to say, I'm not sure what we do here. But I did just want to at the very least make that known. Whoever tries to claim that property runs into the same problem. Thank you, Chair.
Exactly. We definitely have an orphan property here, and I agree with you that turning that into publicly maintained right-of-way is not something that is remotely on our radar. Commissioner Townsend, and then Commissioner Stites.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was about to lower my hand. I think I made the point I wanted to make. I do have just concerns with accessibility, that approving this would pose accessibility problems for the homeowners like Mr. Gaskin, who have certain rights or you know, for equal egress and access, even though their property, I guess, fronts 22nd. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Statute District 7, and I'm trying to figure out a way, Mr. Guest, to help you. I mean, I'm having a hard time just really getting my mind wrapped around all of it. So is your lot now that you own, 2108, is it not large enough to build a garage on it the way it stands right now?
No.
And it's, how much more room do you need? And I guess I'm really confused about this, the width of this 2636. It can't be very wide.
It's really not.
It's 30 foot. 30 foot. So with setbacks on building a garage, it's got to be probably what? I mean, we have an engineer here, 15 foot on each side from the property line. I don't know how you build a garage there.
Well, the green shaded area that doesn't have any numbers in it.
Okay, there we go. So I think that's where we're all confused. That green shaded area that you're talking about that doesn't have any numbers on it, that's not what is being proposed to us tonight. That's not even on the table for us to discuss. So my recommendation is to kick this whole thing back until we get some clarification as to what you're actually after. I mean, what's before us tonight right now is 2624. You see that where that
Yes,
is?
yes,
That one?
yes.
And that little vacant strip 2636. That's it.
Yes.
That's all. And if that's not what you were after, I mean, that's all we're here to right now to discuss. And you're saying, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying you want 2624, the two lots to the north, and 2636.
Actually, 2636 was not in my person deal. I was wanting 2624 and the two shades right behind that.
Oh, so you want
because that 2636, I didn't even know that was, I thought that was all a part of the shaded.
I think we're beginning to get some clarity here. Commissioner Davis.
So
I didn't even know there was a separation because it's just this big.
You're good, Mr. Gaskin. So here's what I would recommend. I'll recommend that legal help me out here. If we send this back, can Mr. Knapp work with Mr. Gaskin so that they can get clarity on exactly which parcels and what his plans are? And if they have newer properties or parcels that they're going to bring before us, are they able to do that if we send this back?
Yes, if you send it back, it would only be able to go back to the next month's standing committee. And if they decide to expand the application, they just don't bring that application back, to bring a different one back.
Okay.
If that makes sense. They just do it with the application.
Okay, gotcha. So Mr. Gaskin, as I understand it, you do not have any interest in 2636.
No.
Okay, so then I'm going to make a motion to deny this application with the understanding, Mr. Gaskin, we want you to come forward. And if you have other plans for other parcels, we want to get you the ones that you actually want. That way we're not wasting your time at all. And we can hopefully help you get some ownership here.
So what would be the addresses in those two shaded spots?
I currently do not have that information for you.
Address.
Mr. Knapp right here, he's a genius. He can work with you and you can come before us with another application. All right. Yeah, we have some staff that will assist you. All right, Chair, I make the motion to deny application.
Thank you. And those addresses, by the way, are 2628 and 2632 North 21st Street. The other two. There is a motion. I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Okay, I just heard the clarification of the motion. The motion is to deny. I would second that motion. And without making any representation from this body so that everyone is clear. Mr. Gaskin, if you want to make another application later, you may do so. Work with staff to get clarity on what you want, but this is not a guarantee of outcome, just so that's clear on the record. So I do second the motion made by Commissioner Davis. Denying. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There is a motion and a second to deny the application. Before we take a vote, was there any correspondence received regarding this application?
None received.
I'll ask if there's anyone who's attending online who'd like to make public comment regarding this application. I see no hands going up. Is there anyone else in attendance with us here tonight who'd like to make public comment on this? No one's coming forward. The motion and the second is to deny with the opportunity for the applicant to make another application through Mr. Knapp. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you very much, committee. Appreciate that. That takes us to our item number 3, which are property transfers. Mr. Knapp?
Yes, we have 4 property transfers tonight, and the first one is one we've seen before. This was for the Davises at 5911 North 123rd Street. This was originally an option for a new single-family home, but with the option process, they found that the plat says that there's a minimum lot size requirement, so that would make this lot unbuildable. That's the first part of this one. And the second part is switching the right-of-way between the land bank lot and just flip-flopping them, because the neighbor to the east there, or the right, is planning to build 5 homes back there, and they would like to maintain their access to that. So in summary, the land bank lot is unbuildable. They want to switch it with the right-of-way to give the Davises a yard extension to maintain the lots, the access to the 5 homes that are planned to be built. I hope I did that justice.
This is Wendy Green from Legal. Just to clarify though, what is not on in front of you all tonight is any kind of yard extension for anybody behind them. If that makes sense. We're just trying to keep that land bank lot now to become the right of way. So that person that owns all of that land back there will still have a right of way access to 123rd. And then what's not filled in right now, which is currently right of way, would then become the land bank lot and get attached to Davis's property.
Okay, good. That was the clarification I was looking for. So what is colored gray and labeled as 5911 would switch with the similarly long and narrow parcel that is immediately to the north of it. And what is currently labeled 5911 would become right of way. And what is currently unlabeled between the plat line and 5911 would be an extension to 5917.
That is correct. And if you have any questions at all, Brent Thompson is here.
I wondered when I saw Mr. Thompson when we would hear from him tonight. Commissioner Stites.
So basically, it's a land swap, roughly the same square footage for same square footage. We're just giving the right of way on the other side of the property. With that being said, motion to approve.
Second, Davis.
There is a motion and a second to approve this property transfer as submitted. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Just to make sure that we check for public comment. Did we receive any comment regarding this application?
None received.
I'll ask if there's anyone online who'd like to offer public comment on this application. Seeing no hands, I'll ask if there's anyone in the room who'd like to make public comment on this application. Seeing no one coming forward, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you so much, committee. Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for being here. Mr. Knapp, item 2.
Okay, this is at 455 North Bluegrass Drive in Bonner Springs, and this is a property transfer to the city of Bonner. They would like to build a park and put a sewer line through this property. So that sums up this application, Commissioner.
Stites, motion to approve.
Commissioner Burrows, second.
There's a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Just to check for public comment, did we receive any comment regarding this application?
None received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who'd like to make public comment regarding this item? Seeing no hands. Anyone in attendance would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing no one coming forward, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp.
The next two are transfers from the UG to the land bank. The first one's at 426 North 78th Street. And the second one is 651 Village West Parkway. That concludes that item.
Commissioner Burrows. Motion to approve by Commissioner Burrows.
I'll go ahead and second, but if I may ask a question.
Absolutely.
I'll second. So just to get clarity, who currently owns these properties?
The unified government.
And they're just going from so they're publicly owned unified government properties that's just now going into the land bank.
That is correct.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Davis, welcome to some of the things that you're going to help clear up as a part of your land bank review process. Well, you will find that City of Kansas City, Kansas Unified Government Board of Commissioners and many other owners currently exist for properties that probably should go into the land bank so we have comprehensive control of them. And this would just be two more on their way in. There is a motion and a second to approve these as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you so much. That takes us to the end of this evening's agenda. Am I correct?
Yes.
And we have someone here with us. And sir, if you would come up to the podium and just give us your name and city of residence for the record. And you were not here to comment on any of the other items that were formerly before us?
No, not on any specific property. I'm here to comment as a real estate investor for over 40 years with business consulting services.
Hang on just 1 second, sir. If you would hang on just 1 second, I'm going to ask legal over here for clarification on procedure. This is not ordinarily when we have people speak to us on public agenda, it is prearranged through the clerk's office and we know that that person is coming and it is published as part of our agenda. This deviates from that.
And that is correct. And so normally this would not be allowed because it is not on the agenda. And according to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, if we do an agenda, we have to stick with the items on the agenda.
I was asked to be here by Judd.
I think the better thing would be to advise if you would like to speak to this committee about like either land bank things or anything else, then you could request to have your own item on the agenda and you with the clerk's office, and then you'd be able to speak.
Sir, I thank you for sticking with us through. I apologize for the miscommunication prior to this meeting, but I do want to make sure that we don't run afoul of any procedures as it relates to our agenda this evening. And so Judd and or Wendy, if you could get together with this gentleman and give him advice on how to be a part of the agenda and then be formally recognized as a part of that, then that would be much appreciated from our part.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There is a motion to adjourn and there is a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows. McKiernan.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you, committee, for your work. I appreciate it.